Swinging a base hit to right field. First major league hit for Patrick Bailey. That was a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and he ripped it right through that wide open hole on the right side. And his wife and baby girl all smiles over that one. 3-2 pitch. Fastball. He hammers this one high and deep, headed for Berkeley. Adios, pelota! The first major league home run for Patrick Bailey, and that ties the game. What a shot that was. Way up into the bleachers beyond the 354 marker in left field.
Oh, goodness. So 3-2, was just looking for a heater. He's got a really good heater. Was able to get to it and put a good swing on it. Yeah, it was definitely pretty cool. Probably the best right-handed swing I've ever taken in professional baseball, so hopefully more to come.
All right, it's the Papa and Lund Show. FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund, who's on assignment today. I don't know where he is, but I'm here with Greg, who's got his rally hat on. If we're streaming on KNBR.com, YouTube, Twitch.
What else we got?
I don't know, but what's with the rally cap? You figure like...
Well, here's what I'm doing, and I looked all day for the Fighting Hydrant T-shirt. I know you gave me one years ago, Frank Paul. I know I have one. Salvation Army may have the custody of that T-shirt. I'm not sure in a clean-out one Saturday. But I'm going with the 3 rings, the playing on the lunatic fringe, and the rally cap. How many days did you sit on a major league dugout bench when your team was behind and put on the rally cap, turn the cap inside out to try to get him back in the lead, right? So since we started streaming the show, that's been my mantra with the Giants. It was 1 month ago today, Frank Paul, April the 22nd. The Giants went into a Saturday afternoon game on Fox. They had been blanked the night before by the Mets. They were beaten 7-0, and they were 6-13 at that point. They are 22-24 since, so 7 under at that point of the year. They're 5 over since, and they're within 2 games of 500. So I'm going to keep wearing this until they get to 500 and beyond, and maybe I'll just keep wearing it when you go to Milwaukee this week. But that's why I got the rally cap on. I just got to get the Fighting Hydrants T-shirt somewhere. I got to find that.
I think I have one laying around, and trust me, you don't want to wear that. The ratings would go down. But, I mean, I think, I don't want to speak for all Giants fans today, but I think we're all feeling a lot better about what we're seeing at the ballpark. And Greg, you and I were talking before I came on air. This is what I saw in Scottsdale this year. This is why I was so excited doing those shows from Scottsdale after the broadcast, saying, you know, there's some good players in the minor league system, and that was a fun brand of baseball to watch in spring training. Now, all of a sudden, we're seeing Casey Schmidt. We're seeing Patrick Bailey. We're seeing Walker with the crossfire. I mean, okay, like I think we're all feeling a little bit better about the Giants just seeing these guys get called up and what they're contributing to the ball club and just the way they're playing in general. Yesterday's 7-5 win was a fun game. They're swinging the bats. They're playing good baseball. The bullpen's been lights out. So, I don't know. I feel a lot better about the ball club after these guys getting called up. And Patrick Bailey sporting the number 14.
Yeah.
Yes, baby. The 14
Brock
is
Purdy's number in training camp before he went to 13. And now Sam Darnold's going to wear number 14 today with the 49ers on the field of Phase 3, Day 1 of the organized team activities. We'll talk about that. So, bringing up Casey Schmidt. In the span of 10 days, you bring up your future, whatever he's going to be, third baseman, shortstop, and he energizes the team right away. There's not a doubt. He just flipped everything. They went to Arizona, and they struggled a little bit the last 3 games of that road trip, FP. But what he did against Washington, the home run, just the energy in the ballpark, and then this homestand, to go 5-1 against 2 teams that right now are your competition. The Dodgers, they wound up losing 3 out of 4 this weekend in St. Louis. So, you know, the Dodgers are good. Whether or not you can win the National League West, you're going to have to get up over 90 wins, 95 wins maybe to do that. But the point is you can make the playoffs in the wild card race, and Philadelphia and Miami are 2 teams right around you that you're going to have to beat out, and you swept Philadelphia, and you took 2 out of 3 from Miami. But we kind of thought Casey Schmidt was going to come at some point here. I thought Memorial Day. He came up a couple of weeks earlier, and just watching, after John and I did the show from the patio on Wednesday, I went behind home plate and just sat and watched all by myself, didn't talk to hardly anybody the first 4 innings of the game, and just its defense. What Casey Schmidt has done to solidify the infield defense is remarkable. And then you're looking around the diamond and you're thinking, what other areas can they get better? Wade's pretty good at first. Estrada's playing the hell out of second. both with his glove and his speed and his bat, and Schmidt, Craw, J.D. Davis on the left side of the infield, however you want to configure it, and Casey Summit second FP, and in the outfield getting Yastrzemski back. Conforto can play right. Haniger's coming out of his funk, hurt to start the year, going to Mexico City, and whatever he got there, he's starting to play better. You still don't have Austin Slater. You don't have Jock Peterson. We'll talk about Joey Bart going back on the IL. But the one area of the diamond you looked at, the fifth starter has to improve, and that could be Kyle Harrison in the coming days, weeks, months, we'll see. And then catcher. It's just you could get more from the catching position, both defensively and offensively. I just didn't think it would be Patrick Bailey that soon, FP. 14 games at AA, 14 games at AAA. When Joey was rushed and he bypassed AAA during the pandemic year, it was obvious Joey Bart, even though he was a college player, won the Johnny Bench Award, number 2 overall pick in the draft out of Georgia Tech, needed more seasoning in the minor leagues. I'm not sure Patrick Bailey needs a AAA full season or a AA to jump him essentially from A-ball, 14 games AA, 14 games AAA, all the way to the major leagues. His glove, his soft hands are right there, the framing behind the plate. You could see it on the first inning. He worked when he came in off the bench on Friday night. The low pitch John Brebbia gave him, he just stuck that pitch, lifted it up a little bit for a frame job. Strike 3 inning is over, but we didn't think he'd hit a bomb before Joey Bart would hit one this year, and the bat came alive this weekend. So, watching the young players play, especially Casey and Patrick Bailey, has been a revelation this week. Flipped the whole season around.
Yeah, and when you watch Patrick Bailey this weekend, he's a catcher that's 23 years old, and he looks like he's been there for 5 years, just the way he commanded his assignment behind the plate, the way he framed pitches, how quick he was calling pitches, the rhythm of the game. And I know with the pitch clock now, there's a natural rhythm built in, but I still think it's the onus is on the catcher, because as a catcher, to me, it's the most important position on the field. And the tempo, and it's little things, Greg, on how quick you appeal a check swing. Like, are you into the game where the guy went and you point to the first base umpire to see if he went? And I think the quicker you do that, the more apt you're to startle the first base umpire into saying, yes, he went. And I just watched all the mannerisms, and you hear what the veterans are saying. And it's the same thing the veterans said about Brock Purdy. When you're a young player and you get called up, if you can win the locker room and you can win the clubhouse, and you have veteran players singing your praises about how you're calm, you're confident, you're contributing right now. All the things I heard from Kittle and Warner and all these guys about Purdy, Greg, as an athlete, that's what makes you stand up tall. It's great if the fans are cheering. It's awesome. Giants fans are excited about these kids, and so are we. I mean, and it's great, if the media is telling you how great, but all of a sudden you have your peers that have been there and done that. To me, Jeff Treadway came up to me my third game in the big leagues, and I had 2 hits, 3 hits, and 2 hits. And he goes, "What coach did you punch in the minor leagues to stay in the minor leagues for so long?" And then they were joking with me on the bus, dude, why were you in the minor leagues for 7 years? So all of a sudden, when you have established veterans singing your praises, it just helps you to feel like you're a part of it. And this isn't the old days when rookies got called up and it was be seen and not heard and tiptoe around the clubhouse. It's about winning now, and it's a different day and age in baseball. And if you can contribute, let's go, man. You're a part of this from the get-go. It's no hazing. It's no don't talk to the veterans. I mean, if you look at Casey Schmidt now at the ballpark, he looks like a 24-year-old, like a kid in a candy store. And Patrick Bailey doesn't look 23, and that's no offense to him. He looks like he's about 33, but he acted like he was 33 this weekend. So, I mean, it's just a really cool time right now. And I think if you go on Twitter or you talk to my buddies who are Giants fans, we're all feeling a lot better about the ball club. It's a fun team to watch all of a sudden.
They're 2 games under. Now they just got to figure out how to win on the road. They're just 7-13 on the road. Is Patrick going to keep that mustache, by the way?
It's mustache May. It's mustache. Is
that just a May stash? I'm not vibing the mustache.
It's a weak stash.
That's the one thing.
I mean, it's
one thing to say, and then we'll have 4 hours to talk about this. Buster Posey on Thursday is going to go into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. We're going to have him on the show somewhere leading up to that. Now, Buster obviously is a great hitter. Won the National League Rookie of the Year award and won a batting championship. And but he was not an overnight sensation. It took him a little while to figure things out. But where his real genius was, he was a great hitter. But defensively, behind the plate, to watch him work, to watch the late setup where he'd watch the hitter's feet look up at him, and then he'd set the target late. He was he was one step ahead in that pitcher-batter confrontation, which is the essence of the game. I'm not saying Patrick Bailey's Buster Posey. But defensively, we'll see if he hits. Obviously, on the right-hand swing, played big yesterday, and he's a switch hitter, a natural righty. He'll get some at-bats against from the left side. The Twins are pitching all 3 right-handed starters. He's going to go into a funk like you did after your hot start. Casey Schmidt's going to go into a funk, but defense does not take days off. Speed and defense. And these guys defensively, and that's what this team has changed. When you just look at him behind the plate, what he does there, the infield defense with Casey Schmidt, that's what's so exciting, is you bring up these young guys, FP, and they're your best defenders. Certainly on the infield, Craw's pretty good still, but right away they make your team so much better. So it's been exciting. Now we'll see if they can do it on the road because they did it at home.
Well, J.D. Davis made a play the other day at third, and he threw from her knee to Casey Schmidt. It was a 5-6-3 double play, and Casey Schmidt reached. Yeah. That was one of the best double plays I've seen. Incredible. And for the reason that a lot of times as a shortstop, you're not thinking on a ball hit to my right to go to the bag. And they showed the high home replay of it, and as soon as it was hit to J.D. Davis, Casey Schmidt broke to second base as the shortstop. And obviously,
you played behind him to back him up.
Yeah, and you go over that like, hey, you look at JD and say, I got you on a double play, and you say that, but to have the instincts to just break to the bag, catch that high throw from JD who threw it from a knee, or I think both knees actually, and then to get something on it. So we're seeing when Casey feeds Tyro on a double play from third, just an absolute seed right to the chest, and then Tyro, I think, is becoming really, really good at turning a double play from second base. So like you said, all of a sudden they were the worst defensive team in baseball last year. And now when's the last time we've seen a must-see ground ball to somebody? And with Casey Schmidt right now, it's like hit it to him because I want to see him throw it across the infield at 94 miles an hour. We've never seen must-see ground balls.
I mean, and you know Xavi. Eric Chavez was a 6-time Gold Glover, but it took him a while. He was afraid of the ball when he first came up. He was not that defender. Walsh had to turn him. I guess Matt Chapman would be the one we've seen in the Bay Area where just immediate it's like, wow, this guy can play defense.
Well, there's defense, but there's the arm. And Caminiti comes to mind. We used to love to watch Cammy throw across the infield. He would just let it eat. And I've said this a number of times, so I'm obviously repeating myself, but to be at the highest level and to have the third and the fourth deck all of a sudden, have 30,000 people know you're on TV, and to have the relaxation and confidence in your arm to let it eat. I've seen guys with good arms kind of feel for it across the infield in certain situations, and he just grabs it and chunks it right on the money. So it's been fun to watch. It's been fun to watch. All right, we got Susan Slusser coming up at 11:30. Monty Poole around, 12:30, covers the Warriors for NBC Sports. We have Dan Hayes, Twins writer. We'll get you set for the Giants-Twins series. That starts today. Interesting series. We got to see if they can play on the road. But some more Giants talk. I'm FP Santangelo, filling in for John Lund. This is the Pop and Lund Show. Greg's got his rally hat on. Check it out. We're streaming on all kinds of different things. You're listening to Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now? On KNBR.com.
Is there a reason why we just did the cocaine commercial before I did this? The youth movement continues at 3rd and King as Patrick Bailey got to call to the big leagues, hit his first homer over the weekend. Are they the Hum Babies? Are we calling them that yet? That story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Honestly, I feel like he's one of I feel like most guys have some nerves and stuff, and it's just, you can just look at them and it seems like they might be a little nervous. And the last two guys that we've called up it's not like that at all. It doesn't seem like they have any nerves or anything going on. So I guess that's a pretty good trait to have. And I know some of the best players that I've played with were similar in that demeanor.
Papa and Lund is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA. I'm FP Santangelo, filling in for John Lund today. Greg Papa has flipped his hat around. We're streaming on all kinds of things. YouTube, Twitch. What else? KNBR.com, YouPorn? No, we're not streaming on YouPorn. Even though Greg would like that. We're
I don't know what you're talking about, Frank Paul. No idea.
And we are talking some Giants. So 5-1 on the homestand. They're 2 games under 500, and it just got a different feel to it. Although, I don't know if you read the article, and we're going to talk to Susan Slusser around 11:30 today, but Alex Wood was not happy getting pulled out yesterday. And I tweeted the other day, he was up, 4-0. He went 4 2/3. There was nobody on. And I think Trey Turner was coming up for the Phillies. And, Gabe came out and took him out. And I was wondering if the win still matters to pitchers. I wonder, the win in baseball, is it a big deal? And he had a quote in the Chronicle yesterday, something to the effect, I had it up and I couldn't find it during the break. He wasn't real thrilled about coming out of the game, basically. He said, in paraphrasing, that he felt, Greg, that he had to pitch 5 perfect innings or else he was going to get pulled out, that he just wants to pitch. So while the things are going well, the 5-1 on the homestand, the Hum Babies are playing great, it's fun to watch, I think some of the pitchers are still frustrated with the fact that they're getting yanked a little bit early in their minds.
Well, it's specifically Alex Wood. And he's going to have to go 5 perfect innings to qualify for a win because they're not going to let him see a lineup a third time through. It's just the way it is. I mean, look at his starts this year before he got hurt. 3 innings his first start in Chicago. 4 2/3 against the Dodgers April the 11th. Miami didn't pitch well. Actually came back after that one. Went 2 1/3. That was a different outing. And then when he came back off the IL, he had the bullpen appearance in Arizona with 1 inning. The Philly game you're talking about with Trey Turner coming up 4 2/3, 4 hits and a couple of runs and 72 pitches. Then again on yesterday, and it's pretty obvious that. And this has been a trend the last couple of years. It wasn't so much when he first arrived in 2021, but it was last year, without a doubt. And it's the way they're going to handle Alex Wood. Whether they straight piggyback him with a right-hander behind him or somebody else, FP, the numbers show he is just not as effective when he goes through a lineup a third time. In fact, the Giants put it in their game notes. Matt Chisholm puts him in every single time. As the first time through the lineup, the ops are 654 against him. The second time through at 706. The third time it goes up to 941. So there, and this is a trend throughout baseball, obviously, unless you're the elite of the elite, where you're not going to face the same hitters a third time. But that is just the way they're going to use Alex Wood this year, because that's the way the numbers show to use the guy, especially last year and this year.
Yeah, and I realize that. I love that Alex Wood pitches with emotion. I love that he's got, the ass out there when he pitches. If something, the balk yesterday, I was sitting right on the first baseline, and I forget who was umping first. He was chirping.
That was a bad call.
It's a bad call. It's terrible, but he was letting it rip, and I loved it. Here's the quote: "It's hard because you feel like you don't get to pitch anymore. It's like throw 5 perfect or get yanked in the 5th. It's frustrating. 74 pitches, my second start back. Feel like I've thrown the ball pretty well. Yeah, it's very frustrating for sure." So I know it's about the guys winning the game, and I just, it's a different day. It's every pitcher now, and you get the matchups the third time through. But he would tell you, and I'll ask you this, Greg, how do I get my numbers down on the third time through if I never face the third time through? So that's there forever.
Well, my suggestion would be to get the first 18 guys out. And then if you're rolling at that point and your pitch count is low and there's a pocket of hitters where you're facing some lefties where it's not an obvious spot to go to a right-handed, Cap may let you go a little bit. But the numbers are the numbers. I mean, they're alarming. I mean, not alarming, but they're there. There's some analytics you have to dig a little more for. The Alex Wood one, you don't. He's just not as effective the third time through, and they're going to piggyback him in those certain situations. I love the guy. He's a get-it-and-go guy. I think with the defense he has behind him, when we heard Logan Webb, talking about his outing, and he was talking about pitching to Patrick Bailey and how much he loves pitching to Bailey, and Bailey's just a kid. He was drafted during that weird pandemic draft. He was the first-round pick, and Casey was the second-round pick. They got Harrison later. But, he went right to the alternate site in Sacramento, and he caught a lot of these guys, whether it be in San Francisco initially or when he went to Sac, and throughout, spring training, he's caught Logan Webb like 6 times. So to go from Logan Webb on Saturday and catch him the way he did, and Logan is completely different in every regard, stylistically. I mean, obviously Wood features a lot of sliders and sinkers low in the zone like Webb does, but it's a different outing when you're catching Logan Webb on a Saturday in your first Major League start, and you come right back and catch the fidgety Alex Wood, the lefty, with all the herky-jerky, and he does not like to be slowed down at all. So to me, it speaks to just how brilliant Patrick Bailey is. But I think Alex Wood is in a good spot. He's throwing the ball well. Just win his outings. That the real concern is going to be, what do they do with that 5th spot in the rotation? Because tonight they're going back to John Brebbia in a bullpen game, FP.
Yeah, I don't know. You got 7 starters. I'm not a big fan of the bullpen game, but they're smarter than all of us put together, and they have the reason. So, but getting back to Bailey for a second. I mean, this kid's 23 years old. Brock was 23, right, when he came in?
Yeah.
There's this thing, Greg, where you just have it.
But Brock played a lot of football. He played a lot of football.
Well, you look the part. And to me,
without question,
Casey Schmidt in spring training looked the part. Whatever that meant, I was kind of clamoring for him on the night show to make the team out of spring because I thought it would inject some energy and some life in this ball club. It was a good move for him to go to AAA to learn how to play shortstop, second base, and now you can use him everywhere. So whatever. But now with Patrick Bailey, he's getting his day in the sun, and you got to shine. And there's a certain demeanor and an energy back there. I mean, no offense to Blake Sable, but the first time he caught Logan Webb, it was in spring training against the Diamondbacks. At whatever, I forget, wherever
6 pass balls.
Yeah, I was doing the game on the radio, and I saw a lot of Blake Sable's face running toward the backstop. I knew what he looked like.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's.
And it wasn't even a knuckleballer.
So
wow.
I mean, this guy just came. I don't know. He looked like Kurt Manwaring, like in his first weekend in the big leagues. He was just like nice and relaxed back there. Yeah. He was calling a good game. He was confident. I even liked the fact that he fielded that slow roller in front of the plate and threw it down the right field line. I mean. It was a good play.
The one that he threw away for the air?
Yeah, whatever. He's not afraid. He might, no. A guy that was scared might have not even tried for that or eaten it once he got to it. So I guess what I'm asking you is just looking the part, the eye test.
Well, defensively.
Yeah, offensively too.
Well, he's going to struggle a little bit. I want to see more. And Casey, one thing about Casey is he finally got to a 3-ball count the other day, and he wound up with a big hit. He's driving the ball, and he obviously can barrel the ball. He's got exceptional hand-eye coordination, but he's going to go into a funk. But I think you ride through it because he improves your team defensively so much more than anybody else out there. The question will be with Patrick Bailey, will you ride through the prolonged slumps that he will get into? And they all do. The greatest, Buster Posey got in the long slumps. The greatest hitters in baseball
But he's here to catch, dude. He's here to catch.
Right. So you just play him anyway. Well, I mean, can you afford to do that? The question, and when Susan joins us at 11:30, just reading your game story on Joey going back on the IL with the groin. When Joey Bart comes off the IL, do they keep 3 catchers or 2.5 catchers? Because Sable can catch, but he's a work in progress there. All the catcher's interferences are alarming, and there's been a handful that haven't been called. But he's a good hitter. He's gotten to be a good outfielder, a decent outfielder, and you can also DH him. He's a left-handed hitter. Joey's a right-handed hitter, and Bailey's a switch hitter. So you can kind of work around. I mean, what's the long play? When they called Casey Schmidt up, they said he's here to play. When they called Patrick Bailey up, they said he's here to play. So Joey Bart does have an option to go back down. What do you do when Joey comes off the IL? Do you go with 2.5 catchers, Bailey, Bart, and Blake Sable?
I think you wait to make that decision when you have to make that decision, because sometimes those take care of themselves, right? Somebody could get dinged up, the baseball. That's why you never kind of try to project what's going to happen when somebody gets better, because right when the guy's coming off the DL, somebody tweaks a hammy, and then the whole thing takes care of itself. So we'll see how that goes. Well, I've been calling the Hum Babies just because it's kind of a good feel. You think back to Roger Craig. On the other side, we're going to keep talking more about the Giants. Javi Lopez joined Murph and Mac today. We're going to play some of that sound. And I'm going to tell you the story about the original Hum Baby. Do you know who that is?
The original Hum Baby?
The original Hum Baby. I'm going to tell you about that.
Going back with Roger Craig? No.
Yes, I
want to hear that story.
Yeah,
Story time with Frank Paul.
Story time about the original Hum Baby coming up next on The Sports Leader.
All right.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Monday, June 19th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
And that was my favorite Giants slogan of all times. Can you imagine being so bad as a team that
They lost 100 games that year.
hang in there? You know, you're sitting in the bleachers at Candlestick. It's a night game. Come on, Giants fans, hang in there. So, FP Santangelo here, filling in for John Lund today. He's on assignment with Greg Papa. We are streaming on the all-new KNBR app. Check it out. YouTube, Twitch, everywhere you can see us right now. I don't know if you want to see me, but Greg changed his uniform. He's got the Giants City Connect.
I'm the
hat on.
OG. I'm the original.
What are they, 20-6 in those?
21-6. Can they wear that on the road at Target? Is that a rule? Did you only can wear those at home?
I don't
Can they
know.
break them out on the road on a Tuesday night?
I just think they're clean. Because I guess I think they're better because they're winning in them. And,
Yeah.
you know, baseball players, we're all superstitious. I'm still superstitious to this day. Like, if I have a good day, I try to do the same things every day for no reason at all. But
It works.
it works. If you think it works, it works.
4-0 this year and 21-6 in the City Connect.
What do you think about them? Did you see the Red
I
City
like them. They're
Connect?
clean. John doesn't like them at all.
Really?
I like them. You know what? I was at there watching the day game on Wednesday, the night after they wore the City Connects when they beat the Phillies, and I was thinking it's more of a daytime look, isn't it? You know, a light, clean, creamsicle look. Most teams wear their City Connects on Friday night, I think. Colorado does. The Dodgers, when they break out the all blue. Some of them are kind of funky. Colorado's are awful. But the Giants wear them on Tuesday nights. I wonder if there's a way to wear them in the daytime. Maybe not Saturday and Sunday. Friday night they wear, it's Orange Friday, and they wear the orange jersey top. Just seems more like a daytime look. But right now, I would not change a thing because I too am superstitious with 21-6 in the City Connect since they started wearing them, and 4-0 this year. So I like them.
Well, they signify Carl the Fog, don't they? And that usually burns off.
Well, that's more of a night thing. I got you.
It usually burns off by the day. All right, the original home
Not
baby.
always. Didn't this weekend. It was foggy just about all day on Saturday.
It was, yeah, and then it finally burned off. It's been freezing, but anyways, is there any seasons here? I've been back for a year, and I have to go to Sacramento to get a tan.
Summer.
All right.
Waiting for summer.
All right, so 20 years ago, Roger Craig and the Hum Babies. I don't know, 1986, whatever that is. It's way
They
longer.
lost 100.
Longer than 20 years ago. Nice math, FP.
They lost 100 the year before.
Yes, but the original Hum Baby, I was reading this earlier today. It was the end of spring training in 1986. That's why I said that. And the Giants already had two catchers, and they were wondering if they were going to go with a third catcher. And there was Bob Brenly and Bob Melvin. Obviously, two really good big league managers. Bob's still great on the air for the Diamondbacks. But there was this catcher named Brad Golden in 1986, and he was kind of had a cup of coffee a few years, not a lot of big league time, but apparently this guy played really hard. And Roger Craig brought him in the office, and it was the last day of spring training, and he said, "Brad, you made the ball club. You're the Hum Baby." So that term kind of stuck that year, and obviously it's part of the Giants lexicon. It's part of all of our vocabulary. They're Giants fans now. And I just thought about these kids and how they're Hum Babies right now, and I just think it all brings a smile to our face when we think about Roger Craig and those days. So I don't know if it sticks or not, but this guy gave 180% as the way Roger Craig decided. And the Hum Baby was everything. It was just like a saying for, come on, let's go kind of a thing.
You were a Hum Baby. You were a Hum Baby.
I don't know about that.
Totally you were a Hum Baby. You're fighting hydrant.
Well,
So Brad Golden behind two former, two-to-be big league managers and Bob Brenly, who won a World Series in Arizona, and Bob Melvin. Are the Padres ever going to get going? The Manny Machado injury has them derailed, and they're not playing well at all. They can't score.
The Padres are padreing.
They've fallen behind the long season. They've fallen behind the Giants, which leads to the point about, back then, it was a 25-man roster. It wasn't a 26-man roster, and Roger Craig, a former big league pitcher, and Al Rosen, the GM, then went with three catchers. So it leads to when Joey Bart is eligible to come off the IL, why not have 3 catchers? And especially when you have one that's really not a full-time catcher in Blake Sable, who can play left field, he can DH. When they have both catchers in the lineup simultaneously and then have one DH like Sable, it's kind of weird to me. It's a little bit risky in case the catcher gets hurt and you wind up losing the DH. But I think in honor of your Hum Baby story and Brad Golden behind Bob Brenly and Bo Mel, when Joey gets healthy, let's go to the three catcher alignment. Hum Baby.
Hum Baby. And that's short for come on, baby. And, baseball players are always like abbreviating everything. So if you come on, baby, and then come on, baby just morphed into Hum Baby because it's come on and one. But when you're talking about, we're talking about the kids and we keep leaving Blake Sable out. Like, this guy
right now, who's your rookie of the year on the Giants? Blake Sable.
Well, Casey Schmidt's got a chance to win the actual
Blake Sable's
thing.
got a few bombs.
Yeah, and he's playing so well. I mean, he's hitting so well. He's learning how to catch, and I talk about this all the time. Like, the big leagues isn't a place to learn how to catch. It really isn't.
No.
And they're trying to bring him along slowly, but he's playing decent enough left field to throw him out there.
He's made some nice catches the other day. Went up against the net, a diving catch.
So don't forget about Blake Sable when we're talking about, like, all these kids coming up. This guy, played in the minor leagues last year and made the team out of spring training. He's had a rough time behind the plate, but that's one of those things you just get better with reps. And I'm liking everything he's bringing to the ball club. So all of a sudden, if you're a Giants fan, you're in your car today, you're driving to work, I feel like you have a whole new kind of vibe about the team where, Greg, I take a lot of calls at night. The show is caller driven. Like, I'll take 4 hours.
What were you doing after they lost to the Mets 7-0 on that Friday night, FP, to fall to 6-13?
Well, I was trying to be honest with the fact that 6-13 is real early in the season, and I said I'm going to judge this team when they get healthy. And Greg, I say this all the time, and people are probably eye-rolling and sick of hearing about it. I was around a team that was 19-31 in their first 50 games and won a World Series. So
the Washington Nationals in 2019?
Yeah, 19-31.
And your Oakland A's teams historically always started slow in April and May, and I got white hot in June and ran the table.
We were like 1 game under 500 when I got called up in late July. And we went on to win 102 games that year. So it's a marathon, not a sprint. I know it's cliche, but all of a sudden, if you're a Giants fan, this whole thing's kind of trending in a different direction for you. And I said this in spring training. I just feel like Giants fans want to be encouraged and excited about something. They're thirsty for their own to get called up. And when it's a homegrown guy like Casey Schmidt or Patrick Bailey, and you can wrap your arms around these kids and they add an energy to the ballpark, not just to the team. And all of a sudden, Greg, I think we all get caught up in the daily routines of our job. And even a major leaguer in their 6th or 7th year, you say goodbye to the wife and kids, you get in your car, you park in your same spot, you come in, you sit on the training table, you get treatment, you put on your uniform, you go down the cage, you hit your tees, you lift a little bit of weights.
I need something new, Hum Baby.
You need all of a sudden you see this kid come in the clubhouse and he's like all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. He's looking at the lineup. He's got a different energy about him. He's bouncing around, running out to his position, and you remember what it was like when you first started, and it takes you back, and you live vicariously through this kid. And I said this with John on Friday. It's almost like when somebody comes to visit you in San Francisco and you've lived here your whole life, and you show them around, and you see your city through their eyes.
Let's go to Alcatraz. I haven't been to the Rock in a while.
And then you go there and you're like, or you go to see the Golden Gate Bridge and you're with this person. They're all excited and they're telling how beautiful the Golden Gate Bridge is. And you see the Golden Gate Bridge like it's the first time you ever saw it. And I think for a lot of these veteran guys that maybe baseball gets a little too routine and maybe a little too monotonous and becomes a business maybe after your 9th or 10th year in the big leagues, that when you have these kids run around, A, you can screw around with them in the clubhouse. And then B, you start to see like, I'm seeing the game like how I used to see it when I was 23 or 24 years old.
And then you see a moment like, Casey Schmidt flips a ball underhand on a backhand play and comes off the field and goes right to Brandon Crawford to get his counsel on how to handle it. Next inning, he does take it to the backhand side and, throws that 93-mile-an-hour P-Rod over to first base. And so for Craw, it's just a different stage of his career to welcome a guy like Casey Schmidt in. The one thing I would say, they're clearly a better team. They have a different look about them. The defense is so much better. The bullpen is solidified. Catching was iffy, but now you got Bailey here. We'll see what he does. What do they do with the 5th spot? How far along is Kyle Harrison? I know he's got to get in the strike zone more, but could he follow in line with the Schmidt-Bailey vibe we're feeling a little bit here? But they have been streaky. At the beginning of the year, they were just not very good, and they were 6-13. And then they beat the Mets a couple of games. They beat St. Louis. Then they go to Mexico City, and they don't play well there. They get a little sick. They go to Houston, take 2 out of 3. Then they go to Arizona and don't play as well. So why are they so streaky? Because they're a different team at home. They are a good team at home, 15 and 11 at home, just 7 and 13 on the road, FP. So I know you're going to join the club in Milwaukee on Thursday. They're in first place in their Central, and you got to deal with the team in first place coming up right away in Minnesota in the American League Central. They're playing better baseball, there's no doubt. But they're young guys, and they're playing a little better at home. Certainly, Casey did fine in Arizona. He only had the 1 4-game series there, and they lost 3 out of 4 there, lost 3 in a row after winning the first game. The next step is to avoid the streakiness and try to lock in and play better baseball on the road.
I always thought as a team you come together on the road, man. Like, because, you know, at home it's family time. You know, you have your kids, your wife, you're sleeping in your same bed. When you get on the road, you're on the bus, you're on the plane, you're in the clubhouse, you're in the hotel lobby. Maybe go have some pops after the game together. You know, it's a time to bond on the road and come together. So with these young guys, maybe you see the road differently for the first time. My favorite road story is I played 3 games at home in Montreal, and then we got on a plane and went to Houston. We get into the hotel lobby in Houston, back when you used to wear suits on the plane. And Moises Alou,
the Galleria Hotel on Westheimer.
Yes, good call. It's right in the mall in Houston. Tremendous scenery, by the way.
Ice skating there.
It's tremendous.
Terrible ice, but it is fun.
Yeah, we had an off day and we played slap shot on that ice in Houston one day. We're just checking each other against. We're the Hanson brothers. We're the Hanson brothers on that range.
For the Chiefs, you put the Chief jersey on.
So my first night on the road, I don't think guys do this anymore. But Moises Alou, we were in the lobby, we were checking into our rooms, and he goes, "Hey, you're going out with us tonight." And I was in the big leagues for 3 days, and I had a couple of good games. I said, "Mo, your dad's going to play me tomorrow," talking about Felipe. I got to get some sleep. It's like 9 o'clock. We're just getting to the hotel. And he's like, "No, you're going with us." And I go, "Am I?" And then a couple other guys.
It's a night game the next night?
It's a night game. But, you know,
you're fine.
I spent 7 years in the minor leagues. I had just got up to the big leagues. Like, I'm not doing anything to screw this up. Nothing. I'm getting my sleep, Mo. "No, you're going." So in my suit, he goes, throw your luggage in the room. Just go upstairs, freshen up, meet us down here in 10 minutes. They took me to a gentleman's club in Houston.
Shocker.
And we stayed there. It was called the Men's Club in Houston. We stayed there till 2 a.m. And apparently, Greg, and this is no BS.
You went home at 2 a.m. I'm proud of you.
It was supposed to be one of the best steakhouses in Houston, they said. they told me. So Mo,
all you can eat.
So Mo, stop. So Mo's like, he's ordered all this food. And of course, you know, the people that worked there were swarming around like sharks. And my first night in the big league, so I got 3 hits off Doug Drabeck the next day. So if I had went to my room that night and got 3 hits off Doug Drabeck, maybe I would have stayed in my room once in a while as a big leaguer.
So you went to the men's club the next night.
Right, I had to go the next night and the next night and then
the next night.
And then, as they say, a star was born.
Now you were in Montreal then with the famous or infamous Moulin Rouge. You guys didn't hit that when you were home, though. Huh?
I was Chez Paris, but yes, I don't.
Chez Paris.
Chez Paris.
Yeah. Same thing. It was a knockoff on the.
I just got done saying home was for the family time.
Yeah, I got you.
I got you. All right, coming up, we have Susan Slusser at 11:30. We have Monty Poole around 12:30. Dan Hayes, he's a Twins writer for The Athletic, so we'll get you ready for the Giants and the Twins tonight. It's going to be an interesting...
Carlos Correa.
A little Carlos Correa talk. What's he hitting, 200? I didn't look today.
Like 205 with 6 home runs.
The lowest OPS of his career.
What if the Giants didn't flunk him on the physical? Where would Casey Schmidt be right now?
Playing next to Carlos Correa?
You think so?
I don't know. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Brandon Crawford. I always love watching Craw play. So those are the guests coming up. We're going to switch gears, talk a little Niners. It's FP Santangelo filling in for Greg Papa. It's a Papa and Lunch Show on The Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I think this is a part of a team that, regardless of what that outcome was, would still be so hungry for more. The way these guys show up to work every day, and obviously we've all moved on from it now, but definitely still in the back of your head. When you get that close and lose, it definitely fuels a fire and makes you want to get back there again. And so I think guys are hungry, guys are ready to roll. Despite the outcome of that game. Obviously, when you lose, it's a little bit more, but it's been so cool to see the offseason turn out and the way guys are working and coming together, and I'm excited.
FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund. It's a Papa and Lund show. Susan Slusser at 11:30. Monty Poole, 12:30. Dan Hayes, he's a Twins writer for The Athletic. We'll ask him about Carlos Correa, but we're going to switch gears right now and talk a little 49ers football. Greg Papa has his 49ers gear on right now. We are streaming live on the all-new KNBR app. We are on YouTube. We're on Twitch. I'm just going to take a piece of clothes off every time I misspeak. Greg we'll just play strip radio today. And then Greg is just going to wear his, I don't know, whatever. Do you just have like a closet right there and you're changing? He has his.
Yes, I have a closet, Jeffy, near my office. And I have a stack of T-shirts, probably hundreds of them, and so many caps. And this is the 49ers. This is the T-shirt and cap they got in Seattle when they beat the Seahawks to win the West, conquered the West. And today is a day we've had circled on the calendar for a while. May 22nd is the start of what they call Phase 3 of the organized team activities. It's all, it's all voluntary. So guys can show up or not show up. You don't get fined for it until they get into the mandatory camp in June. Christian McCaffrey, you heard him, he was on Good Morning Football on Friday morning, and he's been involved in every single organized team activity. That guy is just an incredible worker. He's like Nick Bosa as far as his work ethic and the second generation. His dad was a Super Bowl champion, twice in Denver, once with the Giants, and a 49er as well. And then, Nick's uncle and brother and father, pretty good players. So anyway, we've had this day circled for a while. It's the first day that this year's team comes together. And it's not the same group that won the NFC West last year. But, you have a lot of new pieces there. And the main new one you're going to see today. And today, it's not open to the media today. It will be tomorrow, and then they'll start to talk. They'll work out at about 12:30 today and tomorrow, get done at around 2 o'clock, and we'll have some of the writers on tomorrow. And then actually Wednesday, the Giants play a day game in Minnesota. I was planning on going out for the OTA, but that's a day in the CBA where it's a day off. You have 2 Phase 3 practices back-to-back, which means you're on the field practicing. And then on Wednesday, they revert back to what's called Phase 2, which is more classroom work, so I won't be able to see them on Wednesday. But in any event, what people are going to be looking for today is a lot of things. Jair Brown, Jake Moody, the kicker they took from Michigan, and all the guys they brought in. We'll see if Javon Hargrave is there, the big free agent signing from Philadelphia. But the quarterback position is what people are going to look at closely. And Sam Darnold to be wearing Patrick Bailey's number 14, the new 49er quarterback, and where he is in the mix here in OTAs. Brock Purdy, actually the 49ers had a kickball game yesterday, and Brock was at it to support the San Jose Police Force yesterday in the South Bay. Good game for him to play where he's not going to injure the elbow at all in kickball. But Brock will be there, but he won't be involved as far as throwing the ball. But we're going to look at Sam Darnold the next couple of days and look at all the video FP and just see where he's at and really what kind of a handle he has on this 49er offense, which has some commonalities from his time with the USC Trojans and Pete Carroll's offense, obviously there in college that they ran there. Even though Coach was gone, a lot of the same principles, the outside zone, all that was there with USC. Just how quickly he gets a handle on this. And then Trey Lance and the improved mechanics we've been reading about. Matt Barrows talked to Jeff Christensen, who was the QB guru of Patrick Mahomes, Jimmy Garoppolo, and a few other guys. He's an outside entity. He was a quarterback coach in the offseason. The guys go to. Last year, Trey went down to Rod Dado's grandson, the great USC baseball coach's grandson, runs one with Tom House, the former Major League pitcher in Southern California. This year it was Jeff Christensen and working on the field with Patrick Mahomes. And if you read Matt's story in The Athletic last week, FP, the reviews are glowing on the improvement that Trey Lance has made mechanically and how he had to work, and being on the field with Patrick Mahomes helped him quite a bit. So, day one of the Phase 3 of the OTA, which will begin in about an hour and a half, and they're on the field at 12:30. There's so much to look at. It's the first time the vets are on the field with the young guys and mixing together, and you get to look at them actually on the field in a simulated practice. You're not going to hit each other, obviously. That's not allowed. But all the positions you're looking at.
It is in Warriors camp. Sorry.
That's in training camp.
Sorry.
Good point. That's a different kind of punch. And it does happen in football camp. They do hit each other, but not in an OTA. That's not going to happen.
That was a low blow.
But it'll just be the mechanics of Trey Lance and where Sam Darnold is at. You had to take a shot at Draymond. Is that what you had to do?
No, I did, actually. The best pitch in a kickball is baby bouncies, by the way, in case you're wondering. You remember we used to play kickball on the playground, and they would ask you
get it off the ground?
No, baby bouncy. So when they pitch it to you underhand with the old red, everything ball that you used in PE and in school, it's baby bouncies. Right. Some guys want big bouncies, but big bouncies are pop-ups. Baby bouncies are line drives in kickball.
So you're grooving the pitch so the other team hits it far? Is that what you're trying to do?
And then, you throw the ball at the base runner. It's smear the base runner. You just that was the best part, to get a comebacker in kickball on the playground and then just find this dork running from first to second, and you just blow them up. The one other thing I do want to ask you about the 49ers, is there any way in hell that Darnold and Wally Pips Brock Purdy?
Because of injury?
Yeah, Wally Pipp.
Well, I mean, this is a new. They love Brock Purdy. Kyle loves him. Gary, the Kubiaks love him. Gary's kids, Clinton, Clay, Kubiak, Brian Greasy love him. They were very impressed with what he did last year. Obviously, he did not lose a game. Christian McCaffrey didn't lose a game either after he started the Kansas City game when he arrived late that week. But they love Brock Purdy. They are all in on Brock Purdy. But Sam Darnold is a tremendous talent, and I look at Brock as someone who's like Sam because Sam's older, similar makeup, but as far as size and ability to throw the ball, I mean, Sam Darnold's the number 3 overall pick in the draft. He has a incredible arm strength, rolling to his left, rolling to his right. He knows the offense, so I think he's a really competent quarterback. I think the 49ers can win big time. And the Super Bowl, and I said this last year in training camp, that the 49ers could win the Super Bowl last year if Brock Purdy was forced to play. I didn't think he'd have to play, but with all the injuries there, Trey and then on to Jimmy, he was forced to play, and he played well. Sam Darnold is similar to Brock, but he's more obviously, he's kind of like a Casey Schmidt throwing arm at quarterback, FP, where it's just, wow, the talent is amazing. But they got to, he's the guy who said during an NFL game, I'm seeing ghosts. They got to coach the ghost seeing out of him. They got to coach the turnovers out of him. He's got to stay healthy, for one, obviously. But I think he gives the 49ers a really solid quarterback room. What's intriguing right now, when Brock is healthy, and I think we're going to find out in a couple of weeks here, June the 2nd, is when hopefully he'll be cleared to start to throw a football, to lob a ball, and then progress after the offseason, UCL surgery, the internal brace, not the Tommy John. I think he's clearly the guy, but if he has to miss a game or can't start on time, the real battle will be between Sam Darnold and Trey Lance to be the backup quarterback. And I think if Sam gets a chance to play, he could be Brock Purdy of 2023, although he's not going to be pick number 262. He's pick number 3, going back to the Baker Mayfield, Josh Allen draft. So, yes, I'm high on Sam Darnold. They are as well. But they've got to coach the seeing of ghost out of him and the turnovers, and that's what these OTAs are for. But the other thing is with Brock not able to throw the ball right now, when they're on the field today with phase 3 of the OTAs, typically, say you keep all 3 guys. We're talking about the Giants keeping 3 catchers on their roster when Joey Bart comes off the IL with Blake Sable and Patrick Bailey. You could keep 3 quarterbacks on the 53-man roster. It's not often done, but it is done. But what you don't do is have 3 quarterbacks up on your game day roster of 46. Teams don't do that. So then you get into Brock's the starter. Hopefully he's healthy and good to go. And then when we get closer to the start of the year, and that's where they're battling today a little bit, and they're teammates and they'll help each other, but it's still a competition in the quarterback room between Sam Darnold and Trey Lance, is who is going to be QB2 when Brock is healthy and who would be up on game day. And then it gets into, the other guys inactive on game day.
So this just across the wire, the NFL bylaw allowing a third quarterback to be active without burning a roster spot was approved per a source. That's from Ian Rappaport.
This just happened right now?
That's huge for the 49ers.
Right when I'm talking about it?
Right when Carlos Ramirez from NBC Sports Bay Area just texted me this as he's driving.
That was something that they were not high on in the offseason. It is something, we talked about it, and Josh Johnson, by the way, signed with Baltimore, is going to be a backup when Josh was forced to come into the game in the NFC title game. And then obviously he got hurt, and Ndamukong Suh threw Spencer Burford away and threw down Josh, concussion. And Brock had to come back into the game as the fugitive, the one-armed man, and he couldn't do anything but hand off. You're thinking, I remember when I first started working in the NFL in the 90s, there was a 3-quarterback rule, but the third quarterback could only come into the game if the first 2 quarterbacks were injured or in the fourth quarter. And if he came in before the fourth quarter, the other 2 were not allowed to come back into the game. So it wasn't like you could rotate quarterbacks with 3, which is typically not done. So that is something that we thought of. In fact, we talked about it right after the game and on the post-game show and everything there. But they have called it the Purdy rule, and it has been approved now. NFL bylaw on allowing a third quarterback to be active without burning a roster spot was approved by a tweet from Ian Rappaport. So thank you, Ram.
So we got the Posey rule here and the Purdy rule.
7.13, the Posey rule.
Yeah,
the play at the plate.
Can't run over catchers anymore, and you get an extra quarterback. You said something that I laughed at. You could probably see me on the stream. So you got to coach the ghosts out of Darnold. What are you going to hire Dan Aykroyd, Bill Murray, and Harold Ramis to like?
What are you going to call? Ghostbusters.
You just said that all casually, like we got to coach the ghosts.
Did you hear the line that he said? He said during the game in NFL films. Well, that's the problem. And Kyle said it. He's got amazing. What's so great about Brock Purdy is the moment he got into a game and the first snap as a starter, he got earholed. Remember, there was a safety blitz, and he got lit up, and that was actually his fault as far as checking to the proper protection. So it does not go perfectly. But like Patrick Bailey behind the plate or Casey Schmidt at shortstop, there's just a calmness about him in the pocket. He knows where to go with the ball and when. And then he's got to execute the throw. And with Sam Darnold, Executing the throw is not the problem. He's a great thrower of the football. Any kind of throw you want, any kind of touch, rolling left, he throws as well as anybody I've seen. Andrew Luck was the best at it. Mahomes, obviously, with a shortstop ability to turn his body, is crazy at it. But Sam Darnold is exceptional rolling. He had a touchdown pass against the 49ers in the pandemic season of 2020, and they were getting blown out. The 49ers routed them at MetLife that day in the Jets, but he hit Braxton Berrios on a touchdown. And I remember Kyle after the game, that's all he could talk about was that touchdown that Sam Darnold threw rolling to his left. It was insane. So, but he can execute the throw, FP, but sometimes, like Jimmy Garoppolo every once in a while, the great quarterbacks get fooled. Some of them, even though they're great throwers of the ball, they just don't see the field. So, for him to say, I'm seeing ghosts on the field, he's seeing defenders that are in spots that they're not there. Or it's the pass rush is rattling him, but he was mainly talking about coverage. So, yeah, and that's where Kyle's an expert, and Brian Greasy and the Kubiaks as well. Who are you going to call? They got to coach the ghost, seeing ghosts. They got to coach that out of this guy.
Bill Murray is the quarterback's coach this year for the 49ers. You remember the Pfister? Did you see that?
The Hotel Pfister. I stayed there many nights.
You see the Giants on this trip are going to Milwaukee. I don't think.
Are you staying there at the Pfister?
No, and I can't tell you where we're staying, or I'd have to kill you. Mookie Betts. Did you see Mookie Betts?
Care, really.
Mookie Betts.
Yeah, he checked out. Tim Duncan would never stay there.
Really?
Tim Duncan would never stay at the Pfister when the Spurs would.
Apparently, it's a haunted hotel for those of you who don't know. It's in
from
Milwaukee.
Years ago, there's an old story.
But I never had anything happen.
I love the lobby in the Pfister.
Yeah.
I love the lobby. It's on the all-lobby team.
It's the best hotel bar.
There's a place Tony La Russa took me 2 years ago called, is it Elsa's? Great steakhouse. Funny, Tony, the vegetarian does not eat meat. And he calls me one night when we get to the Hotel Pfister. You want to go out and get something to eat? So he takes me to this place called Elsa's. I think it's still there. It's like a 2-block walk away from the hotel there. And Tony orders a big burger. And then he goes, shh, don't tell anybody.
Did you know that story?
I just told the world, Elaine. I'm sorry.
I think the story goes that the hotel owner, Mr. Pfister, back in the days, was having an affair with one of the employees there, and they had a certain room.
Loud noises late at night.
And then Mrs. Pfister found out, and apparently she went missing.
She killed him?
I don't know. That's the story.
No, is that what happened?
I think so. And then she haunts the hotel. I don't know if it's Mrs. Pfister or the cleaning person. I don't know how this works, but there's some story there. And then so for you guys that don't know, guys will tell you that the faucet comes on in the middle of the night, full blast, like 3 a.m, or the TV will come on and just start rotating through channels, and you can't control the TV. I stayed there a million times. Nothing ever happened to me. But my running shtick was I would download a ghost finding app on my phone every time we went there, and we would go ghost hunting throughout the hotel. So maybe Sam Darnold will stay there someday. I don't know. At the
Guido Pfister.
Are you looking it up right now?
The original owner, yeah.
Really? Guido
I stayed
Pfister?
in this. I love the Pfister, the Pfister.
So do I. The
Pfister. We've heard the stories. Tim Duncan, he would never stay there. Honestly, would not sleep in the hotel.
Pablo Sandoval wouldn't stay there.
Pablo wouldn't stay there?
No.
Wow.
I don't know.
Elvis stayed there. Elvis was there in 1977.
Maybe he's still there.
He died 4 months later.
Maybe he's still there.
Don't stay in the Pfister.
Like if you Google it right now, the hotel lobby, just to paint the picture, looks like like a room on the Titanic. Like it's a beautiful hotel lobby.
Well, yeah,
like where you would have
sinking.
Without sinking, because it can't sink unless Lake Michigan floods, because it's right down the street. But yeah,
it's on the all lobby team.
It is.
The Grand Hyatt in New York, 42nd and Lexington.
Yes,
greatest lobby ever. But the Pfister's got that old world feel. It's like a speakeasy.
It is. So we got Susan Slusser coming up at 11:30. Monty Poole at 12:30. Dan Hayes for the Twins. We'll talk about Carlos Correa. I mean, sometimes, the guys you don't sign is a blessing in disguise, and maybe we would be seeing these young guys if Carlos Correa was here. But what is he hitting, right around 200, Greg? His OPS is the lowest?
Low 200s.
Yeah.
But and what kind of motivation is he going to have, FP, as a former player against the Giants after they flunked him on the physical? I mean, he wound up signing a $200 million deal with the Twins, but he lost a lot of money when the Giants flunked him on the physical and the Mets flunked him on the physical. So just as pure motivation, I mean, that's the biggest as far as lost earnings I can recall in the history of American sport on a failed physical. So what kind of motive? I mean, they're always motivated to play well, but how motivated is Carlos Correa to be the next 3 days against the Giants?
We'll see. I want to ask you some questions about what I saw in the NBA playoffs yesterday. I was a little bit frustrated. I want to get into that next. Susan Slusser, Monty Poole, Dan Hayes coming up next. FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund. You're listening to the Papa and Lund Show on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac to discuss the farm system being a shot in the arm to the big league club and how Patrick Bailey behind the plate makes the entire defense better. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Defends Butler, a bump, the grind, the gyration, and the two in the foul.
And they're having wars. Look at this.
Nose to nose, eye to eye.
It makes me smile. It does. When people talk to me, I'm like, okay, I know I'm a decent player if you want to talk to me out of everybody that you can talk to. I don't know. It's just competition. I do respect him, though. He's a big part of what they try to do. He switches. He can shoot the ball. I just don't know if I'm the best person to talk to.
Now, Jimmy Butler talking about the ass kicking last night. The Heat beat the Celtics 128-102. Greg Papa, FP Santangelo in for John Lund. Greg has got all of his Warriors gear on now.
They are the defending champions, after all.
You're just like
won the title last year, T-shirt and hat day.
Like a human dugout store over there.
Yeah, team store near you.
Team store near you.
This is called writing it off on my taxes, FP. All the stuff that I've been given free and actually paid for.
This is
we are going to have a new champion this year. The Warriors are not going to win. And what you heard Jimmy Butler talking about is the situation he got into with Grant Williams. Not last night, but the game before when they went literally forehead to forehead. And it's just Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat, and they're 4 undrafted guys. Just incredible performance last night. Gabe Vincent goes for 29 points. Caleb Martin goes for 18. Max Strus goes for 10. Duncan Robinson in and out of the rotation. Bombs 5 threes last night and goes for 22. Gabe Vincent was 6 of 9 on the 3-ball and drove it to the cup over and over again, and 11 out of 14 overall. So Miami is what they're pulling off this year to go in the play-in game, to knock out Milwaukee, to knock out the Knicks, and now take the 17-time NBA champions to a 0-3 hole and just destroying them. But all the talking point is about Boston and how badly they have played. And I see that, but I think people are not embracing just how good Miami is. And it starts with Pat Riley and the culture they have there. And 4 undrafted guys, and Jimmy Butler. Kevin Love hardly played at all last night. Bam Adebayo, what a great modern-day center he is defensively and rolling on the screen. And from Boston's standpoint, they have T-shirts around their camp and what they're doing there with Brad Stevens saying unfinished business because the Warriors beat them last year. And the Warriors were down 2-1, and then that epic Game 4 performance on June the 10th to win the title to set it up to tie the series. And Boston thought the unfinished business was we're going to win this year. Their coach gets fired. First he, gets suspended and then fired for an extramarital affair with the president of the team. What a wild story that is. They bring in Mazzulla, who looks a little overmatched here, and I wonder when Brad Stevens will go and coach the team. But their lack of defense on the perimeter, and they've got so many good defenders. You heard Jimmy talking about Grant Williams. He's a good defender. Marcus Smart is a former Defensive Player of the Year. Derek White now into the starting lineup can guard. Malcolm Brogdon can guard. Miami is just going right through them over and over and over again. And then Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum just couldn't make a shot last night, FP. They were 2 for 1 for 14 combined on the 3-ball and 12 for 35 overall. But I can't recall the Celtics getting annihilated like that in a game that they absolutely had to win down 2-0. So now the Celtics and the Lakers, the 2 winningest teams in the history of the NBA, each have won 17 championships. They are both down 3-0. Amazing.
Okay, we talked about this briefly before we came on air today, and I think we're going to disagree. I tweeted last night, you can follow me at Fightin' Hydrant on Twitter. How do you not play hard and sit all your starters in the fourth quarter of an Eastern Conference final? I don't care if you're down 50, ! Load management for Cancun, ? Losing is part of sports, but this is embarrassing, not only for the Celtics, but for the NBA. And this could be an old man take, and I think you disagree with me here, and they were down by 30, 33 at one time, I think.
It was 93-63 after.
But how do you sit everybody and not try to fight back into that? There's this thing called a comeback. There's a thing called fighting, scrapping, clawing, and trying to. You're down 2-0 in the finals. This isn't a normal Thursday game against the Miami Heat where, hey, it's a long season. We had a tough travel day. I know you're going to tell me save your legs for what? For Cancun? I mean, that's a must-win game.
4.
That was embarrassing. I'm sure Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson and Larry Bird were all texting each other last night saying, what the hell? You're watching a game where nobody's playing. They put in the scrub beanies. They put in FP Santangelo in the third quarter to play the rest of the game. That was embarrassing.
It's common practice. It happens all the time.
Regular season?
No, playoff games. Steve Kerr did it. Darvin Ham did it when the Warriors beat the Lakers by 30. He didn't play LeBron and Anthony Davis, any of his guys. That's how he found Lonnie Walker IV. He had the big fourth quarter playing with the Scribinis, the FPs, and then he wound up being the star the next game out. Or
I can
2
say
games
that.
after that.
You can't say
it was an easy, you'd heat it up easily. He just gave me the big bounce and kickball. So people can say what they want. It's common practice to do that. It even happened in baseball. The other night, the Dodgers are playing the Cardinals at Busch, and the Dodgers got way behind in the game. I think it was 7-1 at one point. And Doc Roberts pulls Mookie Betts out of the game. Freddie Freeman hits a grand slam, and all of a sudden it's 9-7.
Were they down 2-0 in the playoffs?
But if you're not going to make up, even in the modern NBA, they could have won that game. The Dodgers and Mookie stayed in the game. I understand what you're saying. It's different from 162, but even with the 3-ball in the NBA, and a comeback is common in the NBA, you're not going to come back from 30 points down in 12 minutes. It is almost physically impossible. Tell me a quarter, if there was one this year where one team outscored the other team by 30 points. So it's not going to happen. And the way that they play in the finals now, and we saw this, when we got to Game 5 against Sacramento, early in the playoffs, because of TV scheduling and all the games they have, they will give you maybe 2 days off between games. Once you reach a certain point, and for the Warriors it was Game 5 against Sacramento, it was play off, play off. You play every other day. From 5, 6, and 7, the entire Warrior-Laker series was every other day. This is built on every other day because you got the East playing one day, you got the West playing on the other day. There's an NBA game on every single night. They don't take a day off. So that it's just you play every other day. Now, there's no travel. You're staying in Miami for Game 4, but that's not the story of the game. Any coach would have done that. You're saving Tatum and Brown, but they got to play better. For Boston to just no show here, Miami is physically tough, and they are taking it to Boston. But for Boston to be beaten like this, FP, I mean, it just got obscene. They were outscored 32-17 in the third quarter. By quarter last night, they gave up 30 in the first, 31 in the second, 32 in the third, 35 in the fourth. And so they have 30 in every single quarter minimum, 128. And this is a great defensive team with a great Al Horford can guard. Obviously, Jaylen Brown can guard. So I don't know. It's a talking point about competing, and I understand you as a pro athlete that want to play it out. But then you're going to cost yourself Game 4, and you're going to be swept. So I don't think there's a coach in the NBA that would play his guys when they're down 30 going to the fourth quarter.
So all those games that I went to this year as a Celtics fan in Boston, and my favorite player wasn't playing for load management. It was so that I could get to the Eastern Conference Finals and all those games that they rested up during the season to be ready for the playoffs, and then they sit them on the bench because they have to be ready for one more game in the playoffs? Like Joe Mazzulla's on the hot seat right now.
You win one game, you flip it. Are they going to make up? They were down 93-63 going to the fourth quarter. You really wanted them to play their guys in the fourth quarter?
A little bit, yeah. Hit a few threes, cut it to 20, cut it to 15, see what happens.
They did get it down a little bit.
Yes. I'm a never say die guy. I mean, that's the reason I stuck around for a minute. But
they didn't play at all. Jaylen Brown didn't play a minute. Tatum didn't play a minute. Horford didn't play a minute. Derek White didn't play a minute. Brogdon didn't play a minute. Robert Williams III didn't play a minute. They didn't play any of those guys. Marcus Smart played 4 minutes and 17 seconds.
I mean, I guess everything's changed.
Steve Kerr would do the exact same thing.
Well,
the exact same thing.
It's hard for me to criticize Steve Kerr. He's got 4 rings, but I don't think Joe Mazzulla does. And
he's actually got 9.
Well, 4 with the Warriors.
Yeah, as a coach.
Yeah, but Joe Mazzulla, I mean, he's on the hot seat right now. He might get fired. And
what if he plays those guys and they tear an ACL or something in the fourth quarter, or they expect? Believe me, he would have gotten more criticism for playing guys in a blowout game like that. It just, why would you do that? It would also cost you Game 4, and now you're going to be swept. So I know it seems ridiculous that it's never happened in the NBA, but it has happened in Major League Baseball. We talked about Dave Roberts, his steal against the Yankees.
That's regular season, though. Resting guys. No, I believe in that.
No, I feel this. You're down 30. How are you going to make up 30 points in 12 minutes?
I don't know. You're right.
Show me one quarter this year.
You're right.
This is not a moral victory. This is the Gong Show. This is Chuck Barris. We're hitting the gong. We're moving on to the next game. You're all getting benched, and we're going to come back the next game. Now, come back the next game and show some pride. But what I'm saying is, if they win Game 4 tomorrow night, now they go home, and they're down 3-1, and they have Games 5 and 7 back at home. You don't want to have one of your best players get hurt in a situation like that or expend energy, even though they got a young team. You're just not going to do that. So it's amazing to me that both teams, the Lakers and the Celtics, I'm sure ABC ESPN is not thrilled looking at a Denver Miami NBA Finals as far as ratings goes. Ever since the Warriors were eliminated, the ratings have gone way down. But what has happened to the LA Lakers? Everything I said about Boston not being able to guard, they can't guard Jamal Murray at all. The Joker didn't even score a point until mid-second quarter on Saturday night, and Murray goes for 30. They got back into the game, the Lakers, but right now the Lakers and everything we thought where the Warriors would be able to beat them, Denver and Michael Malone is doing it to them. Jared Vanderbilt, his lack of offense, and he's just not guarding well enough, can't play. And D'Angelo Russell, they are targeting him on defense. He's Angelo Russell. He can't guard. There's no D there. And then Angelo can't make a shot. He's 1 for 8 on Saturday night, 1 of 6 in the 3-ball. So the exact game plan that we wanted the Warriors to execute and the times they did, Michael Malone and the Nuggets have done it expertly here. And now we're looking at a Denver-Miami NBA Finals. Wow.
Well, I mean, I've lost interest in the NBA, Greg, and I used to love it.
You're not going to watch? You're done?
I'm not done. I'm not like protesting or anything official. It's just like when I see this, and then I see the great Michael Block story from this weekend about a guy that's just authentic. He's going out there and he's looking around at the galleries at the PGA, the Club Pro that finished 15th and made
Mission Viejo in San Diego.
Made $288,000, and he made me cry in his post-match interview.
Wow.
And I mean, that's what sports is about, authenticity. When I see these guys making $40 million a year sitting out the fourth quarter in a game, you're probably right. But what about those moments when a team comes back from 8 runs in the ninth inning?
You had to do that in the third quarter.
Well,
you're down 93-63 going to the fourth quarter. It's a gong game. The game is over. You're not playing.
I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying as a Payne fan and a guy that used to love Magic and Bird and Jordan.
The Miami fans were happy. They won.
Yeah, but it's just not that. It's just I feel like I'm getting ripped off. I don't know. Jim Valvano.
It's happened so many times in the playoffs. The Lakers did it in Game 2 against the Warriors. This happened so many times. Anytime you get a blowout game in that situation, 30 is excessive. If you're down like 20 going to the fourth quarter, you'll give them like 2 or 3 minutes to get it down to 12. If they don't, they're all getting pulled.
I don't know. Some guy named Jim Valvano said this.
And its motto is, don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Unless you're down by 30. I didn't hear that
Derek
part.
Wittenberg with the rebound.
I didn't hear that part about it, unless you're down by 30. All right.
You Italians sticking together. This is one Italian that says, bench your guys and don't give up 93 points through 3 quarters.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up unless you're down by 30 and Greg Papa thinks you should give up.
I did. Tell me a coach that wouldn't do that.
You're probably right, but I can't get used to it. I don't know. I'm too old school. All right. Papa and Lunch sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated a plus by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. Susan Slusser, San Francisco Chronicle beat writer. She covers the Giants. She's coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Moskowitz, my buddy Steve, and I slept great last night, Steve, because the Boston Celtics were down 30 points going to the fourth quarter and benched all their guys as well. They should have, P. and I went right to bed at about 8 o'clock. And actually, the reason I got a great night's sleep last night, my Sleep Number bed, it is a smart bed that individualizes your sleep experience, making high-quality sleep effortless every single night. So you adjust the firmness on each side so you can choose and change your ideal comfort and support. So sleep next level, unlock your special potential with a smart bed that can perform as well as you do. And now, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed plus special financing. The sale is today, Monday, May 22nd. It ends today. So get on it right now, only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
Giants fans, can you feel the beat? Time for Papa and Lund to talk ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Slusser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
3-2 pitch. Fastball. He hammers this one high and deep, headed for Berkeley. Adios, pelota! The first major league home run for Patrick Bailey, and that ties the game. What a shot that was. Way up into the bleachers beyond the 354 marker in left field.
I think Patrick Bailey, that was his first big league home run, said that was his best swing right-handed. Did you hear the sound of the ball in the bat? Can you play that again, Danny?
3-2 pitch.
Oh, my God.
He netted that one.
That's a good sound.
It's going to Berkeley. Adios. Pelota.
Santangelo in for John Lund. Greg Papa with another wardrobe change like Cher. He changes every single set.
Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga.
Lady Papa.
Every verse.
It's Lady Papa.
I changed.
We're streaming on all kinds of things. You can catch us streaming live on KNBR, new app, KNBR.com, YouTube, and Twitch. All right, our first guest. We finally got a guest. It's about time. Susan Slusser from the Chronicle. You guys know who she is. Joins us now. You just heard the stinger. Susan, what's going on? How you doing?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Well, we're doing good. Greg has got his orange Giants hat on with the black. I've never seen one like this.
I'm vibing.
He's
Spring
making
training lit, I think. But just so much excitement over the club the last few weeks, obviously in 10 days, bringing up Casey Schmidt. Susan, we've talked to you about that. But you were all over the Patrick Bailey recall on Friday, his family being there, the first big league hit. On Saturday going the other way, but he turned around a home run yesterday afternoon. And just speak to, as FP was saying, the right-handed swing. He is a natural right-handed hitter, but he's a switch hitter, and the numbers are better from the left side than the right side for Bailey.
Yeah, I mean, to the point where I asked when he arrived on Friday, like, has anybody at any point tried to talk you out of switch hitting? You know, sometimes guys are better when they just work on the one swing that's going better. And he said no. He wants to stick with it. He is a natural right-handed hitter. So indications are he's right. You know, he's certainly his splits, you know, as an amateur, it sounds like we're pretty even. Maybe it's just a matter of, you know, obviously you see a lot more right-handed pitchers over the course of the season than you do lefties.
That's exactly it. Former switch hitter here, FP Santangelo, Susan. What happens a lot of times is right was my natural side is if you're a lefty and you're half good, you're in the big leagues immediately. So you don't see a lot of really good lefties in the minor leagues. I would say it might be like a 70-30, even higher, 75-25 split of getting more at-bats from the left side. So your swing starts to evolve. It starts to develop. And there's times when you have to remind yourself in batting practice to actually turn around and hit right hand because you're like, well, why should I work on my right hand and swing? I never see a lefty, and then you know your right-handed swing atrophies, so to speak, because you're not seeing him. So it makes sense that he's better from the left side. But if he sees a lot of lefties and he has that swing from yesterday, oh my goodness, that was a very smooth. He got his foot down early, natural swing, the loud sound that we just played for you. And the question I guess I want to ask you, Susan, long-winded, is there seems like a different energy and a different vibe with the ball club. In the stands, you're there every day. Maybe you could talk about the influence that these young guys have maybe had on all of us, especially the veteran guys in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I think so. I think anytime anybody joins a team, and not necessarily just a young guy, but anybody shows up via trade or coming up, who immediately starts contributing, that's huge. And when it's a catcher, doubly so. You know, if it's a guy who's performing well offensively and defensively, doubly so. And that's what we're seeing with both Schmidt and Bailey. So, I mean, it's absolutely delightful. There have been some underperformance elsewhere, and now you've got two guys who are kind of picking up the pace, both of whom the question mark was hitting, and they've both come out of the gate hitting. They'll fall back, you know, at some point. They'll have their struggles. Gabe Kapler almost every day has been going like, they're both going to have some rough patches. Don't get too excited. But it's kind of hard not to, and I think the rest of the team gets swept up that. Plus, there's just more guys on base, more opportunities. They all love that too.
Casey's locked in offensively. 10 hits in his first. He's hit in 10 of his first 12 games and hitting well over 400 in big hits. But as far as the throwing arm at third base, and you watched Eric Chavez win 6 Gold Gloves over in the American League, but I can recall Eric struggled initially. He was a little bit afraid of the ball, and you know he was more of a hitter than a glove and an arm. And Ron Washington worked with him. Matt Chapman, I guess, would be the comp as far as being able to play the entire left side like Schmidt's range and the throwing arm. You've seen some great third basemen in your time, and you know obviously covering the other teams, Manny Machado and Arenado and others. Where do you when you see Casey Schmidt play, Suze, who does he remind you of?
Gosh, it's so hard to say. I have seen so many. You know, I'm going to throw Josh Donaldson into that bunch too.
Yeah.
He's in the conversation. I want to see more. My goodness, the arm strength. You know, some of the measurements that we see on how. I mean, FP sits next to me a lot in the press box, and every time that guy makes a throw, the sound FP makes is hilarious.
What is it, FP? What is it?
I just laugh or I giggle. There's nothing to break down. Like, Susan, did you see that arm angle? Did you see the release point? I just go because I've never seen a guy, maybe Ken Caminetti, throw across the infield like that.
Yeah, we haven't seen him make a lot of really, really difficult plays yet. We will. But, when I think of all the guys that you've mentioned that we're talking about, I think of them at their best, like diving into stands or roll over tarps and making crazy throws from out near the bullpen. And we will see those. We just haven't seen those yet. I know it's in there. I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait either. Talking to Susan Slessler, nice enough to join us from the Chronicle. She's a beat writer. Follows the Giants, does a great job. Susan, the catching situation, you've been on it from day one. Even in the offseason when we talked, you're like, that's what they need to address. I'm worried about the catching situation. Joey Bart goes on the IL, and all of a sudden Patrick Bailey comes up and talking about the defense. To me, and what do I know, I think he looked like he's been there for 10 years this weekend. Have they found their catcher?
Oh, man. I'm really going to be interested to see what happens when Bart is back or available, because Bailey, everyone knows and has known all along, Bailey is really a superior defensive catcher. Bart has worked so hard. He's really improved. He's done everything they asked. He's had a great attitude. He is not the catcher that Bailey is. He might be a better hitter, although he's been so erratic as a big league hitter. He'll hit for 2 or 3 weeks, and then we don't see anything for a while. So they've got some interesting decisions to make. It's entirely possible that Blake Snable basically becomes an outfielder and that they carry Bailey and Bart. I think that would be really ideal. But, it's possible somebody gets sent down. It's all going to be based on performance. That's the exciting part. And for me, if I'm a member of the Giants rotation or bullpen, that performance had better include the defensive side, because that they all, very much want to throw to Patrick Bailey as much as possible.
Yeah, and Joey's he's on the IL. And to be clear now, it is a left groin strain for Joey Bart. It's not the other side of the body, Suze?
Yeah. Maybe it's an overcompensation injury, because it was right in the original injury in April. So I'm not sure what's going on. I haven't had a chance to talk to him. I haven't seen him since he went on the IL. But it is concerning, that it's either, I don't know, what do they say when things kind of bounce from one side to another? That would be a little bit alarming, or if it's a completely new injury.
So I'm reading the article in the Chronicle today, and I thought it was worth noting. Maybe nothing huge, but worth noting. I've seen some frustration in pitchers when they come off the mound early, but Alex Wood wasn't happy coming out yesterday. The quote was, "It's hard because you feel like you don't get a pitch anymore. It's like throw 5 perfect or get yanked in the 5th. It's frustrating. 74 pitches, my second start back. Feel like I've thrown the ball pretty well. Yeah, it's very frustrating for sure." Now, not a big thing, but I feel like something to keep an eye on. Some of these guys are frustrated with their roles, I feel like, right now.
Well, we've seen this from Alex Wood before, and I think he and Gabe Kapler do have a good working relationship. That they disagree about how Wood is used from time to time, and Wood has mentioned that. He did a few times last year. Now, to me, there are times where I'm like, yeah, I'm totally on board with what Alex is saying, or other guys when they're clearly not happy when they're coming out. Yesterday, if he gets through that inning clean, if he even allows maybe just one base runner, I think that's his inning. The problem is, two base runners, sure, one's an infield hit, but then, a guy comes up who's had good success against you. I got to say, the move doesn't pan out, but it was probably the right move. I think everyone understood why it was being made, including Alex Wood.
All right, I assume you're in the Twin Cities. You're getting ready to go to Target Field, and a lot of intrigue. The Twins are in first place in the American League Central. The Giants are hot after a 5-1 homestand. But the real story within the story is Carlos Correa playing against the Giants, and he did play against them last year when they went to Target Field, and he was the best player on the field during those 3 games. But after the huge contract offer, $350 million, flunking him on the physical, and then the Mets not passing him on the physical, him going to Minnesota, going back there, 6-year deal for $200 million. It does have a vesting option to get up to $270. But in light of us talking about Casey Schmidt and what he's doing, if the Giants did not flunk Carlos Correa on the physical back in December, where would Casey Schmidt be right now, Suze?
Well, that's a great question. If you have to assume maybe full health for everybody else, but if Brandon Crawford had missed time, maybe Schmidt comes up in to play third while Crawford's out. since he has missed a little time here and there. I mean, right now it's looking probably like the best thing, but at the same time, there's also within an obvious decision on what's going to happen next year at shortstop. An awful lot of people feel very strongly that Schmidt needs to be at third, that's really where you want to keep him and not short. But that's potentially a good problem to have. But man, I would have liked to have seen Carlos Correa playing for the Giants every day. I know he's off to a slow start, but he is he's an elite baseball player, and I love watching him play, and a good dude too.
Did the Giants flunk him, or did he flunk himself on the physical?
Oh, he got flunked twice.
Why would he flunk himself and give up $350 million?
Because he's playing on one leg.
Yeah, it was the same doctor in both instances, which I know Scott Boras has kind of had an issue with, which is interesting. He's like, well, of course, if you go to the same doctor's going to. But the guy's the leading ankle expert in the country. He's the Green Bay Packers doctor.
Yeah.
He's the go-to ankle surgery guy. So there's something going on in there. I've had ankle surgery. I've broke both bones, and there are a lot of things that can go wrong when you've had that kind of operation.
Speaking of the Green Bay Packers, they used to play half of their schedule at Milwaukee County Stadium and Lambeau Field. I assume you're going to Milwaukee on the next trip. FP and I were talking about the Hotel Pfister. And
the Pfister, the infamous
the ghosts. I know you've stayed there. Do you stay there still, or do you avoid that place?
No, I have stayed there, but I don't avoid it. But I always that it just always makes me laugh because it always makes me think of Luis Polonia.
Wait, what's the Luis Polonia story?
I think he got in some trouble there. I think there were some allegations of some misbehavior.
There was.
Oh, I thought
non-ghost related.
I thought it was a ghost story. I didn't want to get all deep on this interview. I mean, you've heard of players not staying there before, though, right, Susan?
Yeah, it's what's the one, Greg, in St. Pete too? That one's got ghosts.
Oh, the resort.
The Vinoy.
The Vinoy. That's got ghosts there? That one's beautiful.
Yeah, they've got ghosts too.
That is a luxury resort.
Yeah, I find ghosts a plus wherever I stay. I don't mind having that's fun.
If they're nice, ghosts. We pulled up with if they're nice ghosts. Yeah. What if they're mean ghosts? We pulled up with the Vinoy at 6 a.m. for a day game once there with Giambi and 6 lemos. And then we proceeded to beat the Rays 10-0 the next day. Yeah, so that's my memory. The Vinoy was haunted by Oakland Athletics that didn't stay in the room at all ever back in the day. Oh, so Susan, how do these guys turn around the road woes, so to speak? Do you think it's just the energy from the homestand, the 5-1 homestand, and the new guys is going to translate to road wins?
Yeah, and I think that they've actually now sort of entered a more reasonable portion of the road schedule. The very beginning of the year was so weird with all those day games and, starting on the East Coast, day. And then, of course, the last one included Mexico City, and that involved some weirdness. I think things sort of become more normal now, and I think that'll definitely help.
Well, I'll see you at the Pfister, or I'll see you in Milwaukee for sure. I'm going to be on that trip, so maybe we can catch up off the field, so to speak, and have a few beers and some brats in Milwaukee.
Absolutely. That sounds like a night.
It sounds like a night. All right, Susan, thanks for joining us. I'll see you in Milwaukee. Have safe travels everywhere you go, and we'll look forward to reading you tomorrow in the newspaper.
Thank you, Susan.
Thanks, guys.
All right, don't forget Giants baseball on KNBR today. Pregame starts at 3:40. First pitch is at 4:40. I'm FP Santangelo. Filling in for Greg Papa. You're listening to the Papa and Lunch Show on these.
No, I'm here. You're filling in for John Lund.
Filling in for John Lund. Well, I filled in for you on Friday, so that was a slip. All right, I'm filling in for John Lund.
Luis Polonia and the Hotel Pfister. Google that.
And I'm kind of carrying this show, so I am filling in for Greg Papa. I'm the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We like Trey, right? On our team right now. We always joke, Kyle and I, we trade each other if someone gave us a good enough deal. So we listen to anything, but we like Trey on our team, and we're very excited about the way he's progressing, about his opportunity. I think he's chomping at the bit to get out there and get back under center and be healthy again.
All right, FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund today, along with Greg Papa. It's a Papa and Lund show. In case you missed it earlier, Ian Rappaport tweeting that the NFL bylaw on allowing a third quarterback to be active without burning a roster spot was approved, per source. It allows a third quarterback to be active without burning that spot. That's good. So Christian McCaffrey will never have to warm up at quarterback again. They're calling it the Purdy rule. And we've been talking a lot of 49ers and quarterbacks this morning. The whole Trey Lance thing, Greg, we talked about it earlier. He's tinkered with his mechanics. A, what does that mean? And B, a lot of baseball players tinker with their mechanics in the offseason with their swings, and they come back and being able to implement it in a game and have it work and have the confidence for it to work in a game is a whole different thing. So how does this translate, and what have you heard?
I don't know. He went to work with Jeff Christensen, who is Patrick Mahomes' quarterback coach, and we saw the video of Trey throwing side by side with Mahomes. Arguably the greatest thrower of the football of all time, but he's very unconventional. You would not teach someone to throw a football like Patrick Mahomes. He's just got a special ability because of his shortstop days, and his dad was a great Major League pitcher for 11 years, including with the Twins and Yankees. He's just got genetics that are freaky, and Trey's dad played football, and he's got great genes as well, but different. So Mahomes is just a different freak. But anyway, Christensen got Mahomes and Trey side by side in the practice field. Matt Barrows wrote about it last week in The Athletic. And he has changed his mechanics. Going back to when Trey's rookie year, the first practice that I ever saw Trey Lance take part in on a Saturday afternoon, like the third practice of that year, it was the greatest throwing session I'd ever seen in the practice field. I mean, Carson Palmer, Jamarcus Russell, and we could all laugh about Jamarcus and the way his career turned out. Didn't really have one. But as far as the ability to throw the ball, nobody threw the ball like Jamarcus. And Trey Lance, but more accuracy on slants and digs and just splattered guys, boom, 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 was just throwing the ball so well. And then that first preseason game against the Chiefs on the over route, he gets the touchdown pass. And then the last preseason game against the Raiders, when they were alternating Jimmy and Trey a lot, almost play-by-play in the first series. He later in the game when he played and Jimmy went and watched the rest of the game, he hit his index finger on his throwing hand, his right hand, on a Raider helmet. And it really screwed up his mechanics from that point where he was not gripping the ball. His index finger, and Terry Bradshaw didn't grip the ball with his index finger. People are, they have different styles. But his index finger was up off the ball where he did not even have it on the point of the ball because of the broken finger that he had. And that bothered him the entire year. And then he had other injuries as well. And it still bothered him, last offseason, not this past one, but the year prior. The 49ers sent him down to Rod Dado, his grandson. Dado, the great baseball coach at USC, works with Tom House, who played there at USC. And Tom, a major league pitcher, has become a quarterback guru, working with all the greats, including Tom Brady and others, Jimmy Garoppolo. And they tried to rework Trey, where the first thing they had to get him to do was to physically grip the ball properly. And even last year, it would, like to your point, you can work on it in the offseason with a new swing, and then you implement it in training camp or spring training and the start of the year, and your mechanics go awry. I remember one offseason when Colin Kaepernick was so erratic. Trent Dilfer had a QB camp school, and Kurt Warner was involved in that as well, and they sent him down there. And I remember having the guy that worked with him that offseason, John and I had him on the radio, and the line was, super surprised. You're going to be super surprised when you see Colin Kaepernick and his new mechanics. It was worse. His percentage went down. He didn't implement it. So whatever Jeff Christensen's been doing, hopefully, and I'm sure it's been under the direction of Kyle Shanahan, Brian Griese, Clay and Clint Kubiak, and the guys that coach Trey, so they do things the 49ers way. But Jeff's talked about his improved mechanics. And today they're on the field, phase 3 of the OTA, where they're actually on the field with their teammates, and tomorrow the media will be there. But the point that we were making with John Lynch coming in, and there was some talk about trading Trey Lance in the offseason, certainly leading into the draft. They obviously did not do that. And you heard, John talking about they trade anybody off the roster. The timing was not right to do it before the draft because of the injury involving Brock Purdy. Now we're into late May, Memorial Day weekend's coming up. After that is the first week in June, and that, a week from Friday will be the 12-week mark where Brock had the surgery, and then he's going to be able to start throwing the ball. Plus you get into these phase 3 OTAs, and then you get into a mini camp in June, and you get a look at Trey, and a look at Brock, and a look at Sam Darnold, and also Brandon Allen is on the roster as a fourth quarterback right now, at third, since Brock can't technically throw the ball. But this rule change, and the NFL owners are meeting this week, and it's the May meeting. We kind of thought when they met in March, FP, they were not going to implement this, and it's the emergency third quarterback rule, to be clear. So you're not going to necessarily have 3 up on game day. You will, and 90 minutes before game time, you give your roster, and each club may designate one emergency third quarterback on its 53-player active list. It'd be 46, I guess, now, not 45, and then you get an extra offensive lineman. So this is going back to the days of the old rule, where you have 2 quarterbacks up on your roster, and then you have an emergency third quarterback. That quarterback can only come into play if the other 2 quarterbacks have been knocked out of the game, or the old days it used to be, and I'm reading the new rule, and there's so many cross-outs in this, I'm not sure what they actually voted on. It is just voted on today. It is 2023 Bylaw Proposal 1A, amend Article 52, Section 17.3, and it's an emergency third quarterback that they've gone to. So the way it works is, again, say your 2 quarterbacks up on game day are Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold, and then your third quarterback would be Trey Lance. Trey Lance would be an emergency quarterback. It just couldn't be Brock's having a bad day, Sam's seeing ghosts, we want to flip it and go to Trey. Or even, the other way to look at it also, now that I'm kind of thinking out loud and getting a handle on this, and this also leads to why, trading Trey Lance. And this would be an argument not to trade Trey Lance, because you are going to have, and the third quarterback has to be on your 53-man roster, not your practice squad. You cannot elevate him the day before and then put him in the game on Sunday. He has to be on your 53. So you have to put 3 quarterbacks on the 53. If you were to trade Trey Lance for whatever reason and go with Brock, Sam, and Brandon Allen, that's a workable room. You could do that. But the other side of it, when I was just thinking, if you designate Trey Lance, FP, as an emergency third quarterback, can you bring him in the game to play another position besides quarterback? If you wanted to come in and run the Wildcat or do something else with him, or, the answer would probably be no, because he's designated as your third quarterback, so he could not be able to take the field unless there's an injury to the other 2 quarterbacks. So they have changed the rule. It is the Brock Purdy rule, and I think this will kind of, guide the 49ers in their offseason plan on whether to trade one of the quarterbacks, because now you're going to have 3 on your 53.
Yeah, I mean, if Brock Purdy's your backup emergency quarterback, not Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, excuse me. If Trey Lance is your emergency backup quarterback, that's not going to go over well with Trey Lance. He's going to want out. And is there still a chance that they trade Trey Lance? And the other thing I want to ask you, what are the mechanical adjustments that he's making? Like with the video, I saw one video with Patrick Mahomes where his arm angle was a little bit higher, because Greg, better than anybody, he had the 3-quarter release, which I hated, but then he had the little hitch in his 3-quarter release on the way down and then back up. And if I'm a DB, that gives me time to break on the ball and make up speed. So all of these things, I don't want to sit here and hate on Trey Lance, because he seems like a wonderful human being. He seems like the kind of guy you want as your leader and your quarterback. We just haven't really seen a whole lot of them, so I have nothing to judge by. But based on a video with Mahomes in a quarterback camp that he went to this year and a couple of games here and there. So, we all know this is Brock Purdy's team. I think Sam Darnold's going to shock us all on how really good he is and how he fits into Kyle's system. But with Trey Lance, he can't be your third emergency guy. And tell me, what have you heard on the adjustments that he's made mechanically?
Well, first of all, it's gripping the ball. Like I'm saying, even last year, he had a hard time gripping the ball because of the broken index finger on his throwing hand going back to his rookie year. And that did not. His first start was October the 10th in Arizona when Jimmy got hurt the game before. And the 49ers he ran more than he threw that day. He was not able to execute throws. And then after he came off of that game and Jimmy got back into the lineup, he had another injury that people didn't even know about. He had a toe injury that impacted him. He did start the Giants' second game that year against Houston. He was not feeling well in that game. He started slow, and then he came on. And then after that is where they sent him to 3D QB, and Dado and Tom Housen worked on it. And the one thing, and Kyle would demonstrate to me with the ball, and his finger is off the ball. He does not put the index finger back on the ball, so it's hard for essentially throwing the ball with three fingers. So he just didn't have the grip. So the main thing was the gripping of the ball started the inaccuracy. And he showed some of this in college. There were balls where, 3-4 in a row were, wow, great throws. Then there was a, what the F is that throw? Where'd that go? It just sailed into the sideline. And he has that all the time. But you didn't see it as much that first training camp. Where he struggled at first training camp was the joint practices with the Chargers in Costa Mesa. And then, like Sam Darnold, he was seeing ghosts a little bit because this is his first time against an NFL defense that's not his own. So it was difficult. But mechanically, what they wanted to work on was the gripping of the ball, first of all. And then to your point, when he does pull back, there's a little bit of a semicircle loop that he has. I think just trying to get the ball out quicker. But I've seen some of the video, but it's hard to tell until you go down there. And I'll go down there when my schedule allows to watch Phase 3 of the OTAs. But he's got to clean up accuracy. I mean, the guy you look at is Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts or Josh Allen. Josh Allen was inaccurate when he came out. He could not, a simple check down to a back in the flat, he would miss all the time. And his percentage went way up, and Jalen Hurts went way up to where Trey is now, to where he was last year, and he was even better in the pocket. And Jalen Hurts did go to 3D QB last year. Now look at him. One of the best players in football, and finished second in the MVP and took him to the Super Bowl and got a massive contract, one of the highest paid players in football. So it's way too early to say what Trey cannot be. He's got room to grow. But as far as the emergency third quarterback role, that's what he's battling for. Would be if you have, it's not like you have 3 up on game day. You have 2 up on game day, and an emergency third quarterback is different. That guy's different. He can play in the game, but the other 2 aren't going back in the game. So he's the guy. You only bring him in the game when you have to break glass in case of emergency. So that will be a talking point on, if assuming Brock is healthy between Sam Darnold and Trey. But Trey does have a value as an athlete on the field, different than another quarterback. So I don't know how they would designate the emergency third. I think he would be ineligible to come in and play in a sub package or some other role on the team. I don't know how they would do that. I mean, maybe they do it by the green dot helmet, and the other quarterback would stay on the field, Darnold or Lance, and you could bring Trey in. But if you wanted to run straight Wildcat or snap the ball to Trey, you should be able to do that. So I'm not sure where that'd be a loophole around the rule. But as far as him not liking it, I mean, he can not like it all he likes. He's got to go out and compete, and he's got to, move up the pecking order in the quarterback room. It'll be interesting to see. They're actually going to start to work out in about 25 minutes. And the media tomorrow, when they're allowed in, FP will make a big deal out of it. Who's the first quarterback that jumps in on the first snap tomorrow? I think the 49ers would be wise to give that to Trey Lance, just to get the media off the trail, that the talking point is, Sam Darnold has passed Trey Lance. And you could divvy it up when the media's not there as far as snaps and, allocation of playing time and practice time and all of that. I'm sure they'll try to, give Sam a chance to win the job as well. But that third quarterback, emergency third quarterback rule, which the NFL owners just voted in, and I did not think that was coming. I think most people thought they were not going to do that. So that is good for the 49ers, and it's an argument to be made to not trade Trey Lance because he would fit that emergency third quarterback. But then you wonder how good Brandon Allen would be, and, could he be that third quarterback?
Did you see this rule, the potential vote to put the ball on the 25-yard line following a fair catch on a kickoff now is expected to be pushed back to Tuesday?
Yeah, I think that's not going to be allowed.
No, it's stupid.
So it's going to be voted down. It's a college rule where you could fair catch the ball not in the end zone, but anywhere inside the 25 or anywhere. You could call for a fair catch, and it would go to the 25-yard line like it would be a touchback. the special teams coordinators all got together in a conference call last week, and a lot of this the owners put in, and it's a safety rule. They just don't want guys getting hurt, and kickoffs, and mainly kickoffs more than punts. They're trying to eliminate that rule. But the owners, they don't want to get sued, and they have a different agenda. Then you take it to the actual coaches, and specifically the special teams coaches, and the flaw in that rule is a mortar kick or a squib kick, where this rule is written where you catch the ball in the air and you call for a fair catch, get the ball on the 25-yard line. Teams will just put the ball on the ground and squib it, and that you're not eligible then, and that's where you have more collisions. So if you do entice them to squib the ball on the ground, then you're going to have more head-to-head, concussion problematic kind of collisions. So most people in the league think that will not be voted in, but I didn't think the emergency third quarterback was going to be voted in, and it was.
All right, Monty Poole coming up at 12:30. We'll talk a little Warriors basketball. He covers the Dubs for NBC Sports Bay Area. Coming up next, we're going to talk about Victoria's Secrets because I want to see Greg Papa in some lingerie on the streaming.
Right here.
So that in the next,
I got a teddy for you. On
the next segment, Victoria's Secrets coming up on the Sports. So you're listening to KNBR 680, KNBR FM 104.5, San Francisco, a Cumulus Media station.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
We kind of just covered this, but if you want more on it, go to our all-new KNBR app. Trey Lance has changed his throwing motion after substantial issues with the original technique. That story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Yeah, no, when I was at the NBA pre-draft camp a couple of days ago, they had the GM meetings. Bob wasn't there, and Mike Dunleavy Jr., the assistant GM, was in his place for him. You know, I've been told that, you know, Bob doesn't always attend that meeting, shouldn't put too much into that. But most of the speculation I hear is there's expectation that he is going to depart.
Switch gears right now, talk a little Warriors. FP Santangelo in for John Lund. Greg Papa is in his Warriors gear.
We don't need graphics on lower thirds on what we're going to talk about. You just see what I'm wearing.
Strength in Oakland shirt.
Strength in numbers. Strength in numbers.
It says strength in Oakland. I'm reading it right here. And it is? Yeah, know your own shirt.
Sorry.
Strength in Oakland, it says.
Backwards. All right.
You know it'd be good for ratings?
Wasn't the line strength in numbers?
You know it'd be really good for ratings if you had Pat Burrell walk behind you. You know, every once in a while in his machine out.
Yeah, that machine.
Yeah, with the straps across the chest and the leather mask. Just walk right behind you.
Bringing his special eye drops. You ever get the Pat Burrell eye drops?
No.
He got from Japan.
No, what are those?
We were doing a Giants pregame one day at an early Sunday, and I had a late Saturday night, and Pat Burrell comes up to me. My eyes are all bloodshot. He goes, just take a few of the. He had them from Japan, and they immediately got rid of the hangover like in 5 seconds.
Oh, I have those. I have those right now. I use them all the time.
They're very expensive.
They're like $15 for a little thing. It's got the purple top. It's like Visa something.
Maybe they're cheaper now.
Visalign or I don't know.
Do you use those?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, they make your eyes so white that it just looks.
For a while it was like burning me, but then I felt great.
It burns for a second. Burns for a second. All right.
It's a good burn.
You'll talk some Warriors. Bob Myers, what a GM means to a team. I got into this deep on my show the other night talking about Brian Sabian, the relationships you build with the special general managers in sports where they're honest, they're straight shooters. You know, it's a fine tightrope to walk because they're paying you, they're releasing you, they're trading you. But also on winning teams, and I think with the great ones, Greg, whether it's Billy Beane, whether it's Brian Sabian, the ones I've had the opportunity to play for. Kevin Malone in L.A. was not that guy. We felt like he was less than honest, and he was maybe over his skis, if I'm being perfectly honest on the air. But Bob Myers, is he coming back? Is he not coming back? The relationship he has with Draymond, you know, the 4 championships, and maybe how important this is to a team that I think we take. You know, you never hear when they win a championship, well, it's because of Brian Sabian. I mean, you do maybe within the inner circles, but like publicly, it's not like players come out and say, well, we wouldn't have won this without him. But with Bob Myers, I think it's a little bit different. And if he doesn't come back, I feel like this is a big blow to the organization.
Well, I remember when the Warriors won their first championship, and I don't know if they put it on a T-shirt. I think they did. Draymond at the parade, can Bob get some effing credit? Was the mantra there? You know what Bob Myers was able to build in that first championship, and then you go out and get Kevin Durant, and people think it's easy, but his relationship with KD and Rich Kleiman is the reason he came here, along with Draymond. But in any event, you know, obviously in Sabes, a 3-time World Series champion, and you know Bob's won 4 in 8 years and had to make major changes to the roster and deal with the personalities. So what he is. And he's not, Sabian was a scout at heart, and now he's back working with the Yankees and Brian Cashman. He came up as a scout. Bob's pedigree is completely different. Bob was a player at Monte Vista High School, went to UCLA, and was a part of their championship team with Jim Herrick, but he was a player agent. He worked with the Wasserman Group and Arn Tellem, who now runs the Pistons. Bob's background is completely different. He's not the scout's eye. Larry Harris does that. He has different people around him do different things. But it was the backing of Jerry West that got him elevated in Joe Lacob's mind to go from assistant GM to Larry Riley to GM. And at the first draft right away, they get Harrison Barnes, they get Festus Ezeli, and they get Draymond Green. And they're right away a playoff team and winning championships. So Bob is different. He's such a galvanizer, and he's a great person in every regard. His relationship with Draymond, Steph Curry, his relationship with Steve Kerr. Monty Poole's going to join us at 12:30, and Steve does not have a contract beyond this year, which ordinarily would be a huge talking point, and it will be. If they go to training camp next year and Steve's a lame duck coach, that's going to be and if Bob does not come back, how does that impact Steve and his role here for the long term, the short term, what job he does, where does it all go? But you heard Mark Spears, and Mark will join us tomorrow. He does every other Tuesday. And he was talking about Bob. In fact, Bob just got back last night from the NBA pre-draft camp, the combine, leading to the draft. And he did not attend all of the GM meetings, which, the one he was talking about that Mark saw him not at, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. was there, 6 other GMs were not at that meeting. And Bob happened to be at a different meeting. So you can't clone Bob, and he can't go to every meeting. That's just the way those league meetings work. There's so much going on simultaneously, you have to divide and conquer. So that's why he wasn't there. But there's something going on here. And Monty will know as well as anybody. We talked about it last week. The Warriors informed us that there was a very handsome contract offer made to Bob. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN reported it. C.J. Holmes reported in the Chronicle that they offered Bob Myers a contract that will make him the highest paid general manager, president of basketball operations in the entire NBA. More than Daryl Morey makes, more than Pat Riley makes. So if that's true, then what is it? And where's Bob? Where's he going to go? Does he want a lifestyle change? He's been doing this a long time. He's a great human being. He has interest outside of the game, and he's always conflicted about the time away from his family. Whenever he talks about winning a championship, the first thing he does is thank his wife and his 3 daughters and the time away. And, Bob's approaching 50 years of age. Does he want to back away? So Monty will know all of it. But Bob is back from Chicago, got back late last night. So we were telling you last week there's going to be a press conference either today or Thursday with Bob Myers. It's not going to be today. They're going to have to figure out a day to have it. I think it more likely will be Thursday, depending on Raymond Ritter's availability. He's leaving town tomorrow and Wednesday, so maybe Thursday. And that'll be, obviously, the talking point will be about his contract, but I'm not sure Bob is in a position. We're still, 5.5 weeks away for him to have to make a call. Literally a month away today from the NBA draft is June 22nd, and Bob's putting all his energy on making that 19th pick. But if he is going to leave, do you want him involved in your draft room? Would he ever go to another team like the Clippers or the Suns? And so I don't know how they're going to handle it. If you thought he was going to leave, you wouldn't want him doing a lot of this advanced work and finding out your thoughts on guys. He knows them on your existing roster, but you're not going to give more information about the guys you're going to bring in the offseason or let go. So it's going to be an interesting dance here in the next 5.5 weeks. So we'll see where it all goes. But look for a Bob Myers press conference at some point this week.
But when you talk about it, and I'll get into maybe what the Warriors do or don't do in the offseason, and just staying on the GM thing, I mean, when you have those personal relationships with them, I think that's so important. And I just hope that basketball, football, and especially baseball doesn't get away from that, where you just get so caught up in the numbers that you don't have a GM like Brian Sabian that come in and let you know that you're playing like crap, or let you know that you're playing well and give you a big hug when you need it, or get all over you when you need it. I remember, and I said this story many times on the air already, that I was probably like hitting 150 in April for the Giants, and we were in Montreal, and he came back, he walked up to me in the clubhouse in Montreal, he was on the road, and he said, "We don't make mistakes," and he turned around and walked away, meaning that, we have confidence in you, and you're going to get it together, and it made me relax and to have that much confidence. And Billy Beane took me in when nobody else would take me, so to speak. We were the Island of Misfit Toys that year, and we won 102 games. And he always gave me an opportunity to play and always instilled confidence in me. So a lot of times nowadays, and I don't know what's going on in certain organizations, you get the Harvard guys, you get the MIT guys that are wonderful people, but are they used to building relationships? Can they have the tough conversations with players, or would they rather send somebody else in to do it, or have a stat sheet that says you're 1 for your last 30? To me, the winning organizations and the good general managers, they keep it real either way. They can tell you anything either way, and they generally care about you as a person, not just you as a person, Greg, if you're hitting 300, you as a person if you're hitting 200, not you as a person if you have a 2.5 ERA, but you as a person if you have a 5.5 ERA. And so there's this whole disconnect, I think, in today's game where you just don't have those relationships anymore because, I don't know, the game has become more sterile in every sport, whether it's football, basketball, or baseball. So when you've won 4 championships together, like the Giants teams in 10, 12, and 14, it takes those relationships to a whole new level. When you have a parade together and you're hugging and you're crying and you're kissing and there's champagne going down the crack of your ass after you win a championship, that's a whole new level of closeness that you have with the families, with the organization, because you guys have achieved everything you went out to achieve. You're at the top of the mountain. There's no more. So these relationships, Draymond and Bob will be 90 years old, and they'll be staying in touch because of the championships that they've won together. So when you have this bond, I think it's something you don't take lightly, man. You don't just bring in some spreadsheet to take over an organization, because if you do, then it becomes sterile. Then you lose that personal touch. And I think a lot of times in society today, whether it's the workplace, whether it's sports, we're losing that personal touch. So I hope he stays, and unless he doesn't want to. I'm not worried about Steve Kerr and what he does next. I'm not worried about Bob Myers and what they do next for them. Those guys are going to be rich and successful, whatever they do. But for personal reasons and selfish reasons, I hope they stay here.
I mean, Bob will make the right call, and Monty will enlighten us. If it's in fact true what C.J. Holmes reported in the Chronicle, that he was offered the biggest deal of any GM in basketball, that it's not just the money. And we were told that last week. Marcus Thompson was on with us and said it's not the money. So what is it? It could be just lifestyle. Would he ever leave teams and
the
go
grind?
to the Clippers?
The grind.
I don't know. But as far as what you're talking about, the personal touch, I remember when they won the first championship, and Bob went to Monte Vista High School out in Danville, where I live, and he brought the Larry O'Brien Trophy to those people. It was a pep rally before a high school football game that night, and to see Bob glowing and the kids around it, everybody went up and touched it, what it meant to Bob. And then the next year they go 73-9. Draymond gets suspended when he gets teabagged by LeBron in Cleveland, and Bob did not. The Warriors could have won the championship that Monday night in Game 5. He was not with his team there. He was across the parking lot at the Coliseum Stadium where the A's play in a luxury suite with Draymond. When Kevin Durant got hurt in Toronto, I could see them wheeling Durant out in a wheelchair. Bob was there, just despondent. And then he went and met the media, and he broke down and he cried. He cried that Durant tore the Achilles with the existing calf injury. I remember the day they drafted James Wiseman. We had Bob on live TV that night. They drafted the number 2 pick in the draft. It was the day Klay Thompson tore his Achilles in a practice in L.A. earlier that day. Bob was literally crying on the air again. He broke down. We didn't celebrate the drafting of James Wiseman. Bob could not get past the pain of Klay's injury. So that's what touches these guys. That's why he's not just a spreadsheet guy. He's a different guy. Mike Dunleavy, I don't know him that well. I don't know him at all, really. I know him as a player a little bit. He's around more. Could he be that kind of guy? Steve has spoken highly of him. I'm not sure. But for Bob Myers, it would be a profound loss in the organization without question, because he's the heart and soul. I mean, Steve and Steph are such quality people. But above that is Bob Myers. And how much he's so similar to those guys as far as their heart. And then he has to manage down to the coach and the players and manage up to his owner. And Joe's got a big heart as well, but he's demanding. He wants to win. He's not happy with going out in the second round. So it's all coming to a head here. But I don't know if in fact he has been offered the highest contract in NBA history for a GM, and currently more than Daryl Morey or Pat Riley, whatever you want to name, FP. What is it coming down to? And why hasn't he accepted the offer? And are we bracing in about 5.5 weeks for Bob Myers to leave the Warriors?
I went on a date with somebody about a month ago, and it was a second date, and I got 20 text messages from this person saying what she thought a relationship entailed, and I think my simple response was, I don't want to date a spreadsheet. It was literally like AI responses, like one after another. I'm like, oh my gosh, I just was like, I want to have a
Let's
drink.
not hire her to be the Warriors.
I don't think she's GM material. At least, well, maybe she is GM material nowadays. All right, talking to Greg Papa, I'm FP Santangelo, filling in for John Lund. Monty Poole coming up next. You're listening to the Papa and Lund Show on KNBR 680, 104.5, the sports leader.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund. It's a Papa and Lund show. Greg Papa has changed his wardrobe again. He has more changes than Gabe Kapler against a lefty. You're just changing.
It's the line change.
It's every single segment. What do you got on now? It says we're streaming, if you don't know, on the all new KNBR app, YouTube, Twitch, and everything else you can stream on. All right, our next guest today, Monty Poole, covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. Nice enough to join us today. Monty, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm waiting for the day when Greg Papa shows up in a robe and slippers.
Oh, that day could be today. In fact, it was every single day until they started YouTubing and twitching me. I had my Hugh Hefner Warrior robe on, Monty. So haven't talked to you in a while since the season ended, and now we're into the off season. And obviously, the number one, and we got a lot of dominoes that have to fall between now and June 29th, June 30th, is Bob Myers. So Bob is back from Chicago in the pre-draft camp combine. He's doing his Warrior business. Just what do you know about what's going on? The Chronicle has reported that he was offered a contract, Monty, that would make him the highest paid general manager in the NBA. Is that accurate? Is it more than just money? Just what's your gut on what's going on with Bob?
Well, I give you a combination of my gut and what I've been able to sort of learn on my own. I don't know if it's the highest in paid in the NBA, but I know it's enough money to where Bob won't be arguing about money. That won't be a negotiation tactic. He won't be looking for more money. If Bob decides to walk away, from everything that I've picked up on, it won't be because the money is wrong. That it'll be because he just wants to take a break from the day-to-day. Now, he's wrestling with this, I'm also told, and that's because, it's obvious. He grew up a Warriors fan in the East Bay, went to Warriors games with his dad, went to school in the East Bay, came back to be a part of the Warriors organization and has been there for more than a decade. And he has an emotional attachment to the guys that have made this thing happen, specifically Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. So it's a difficult decision, mostly for that reason than he's looking to get another $1 million or $2 million out of Joe Lacob. I think that's a big part of it. At the same time, we know that Joe Lacob is a very, very, very ambitious CEO. And Bob, I'm sure, feels the brunt of that. And so his day-to-day includes not just dealing with Steve and his staff and the players, but also more so maybe Joe and the people upstairs. So I think Bob, there may be an element of, I don't want to say fatigue. Yes, I would say fatigue from just the grind. And as you probably know, Bob has had, he's had a couple of surgeries, hip replacement, that kind of thing. So, just a lot going on in the past few years where he's dealing with. And so I think he has to ask himself, okay, do I want to do this next season and beyond? For sure. And I think that's going to be why it's difficult for him to decide. I won't say he's not coming back, but I will say that if he doesn't come back, I would not be surprised.
I used to joke with where I was back east before with the GM back there that he earned every penny, not for the team he put on the field or the relationships he built with the players, but he earned every penny with having to deal with ownership, because the ownership group he had to work with was a tough one. And I feel like that takes a toll on you, Monty, over the years. And it's something that maybe the average fan doesn't think about. When you have a plan in place and then you go to ownership and they say no, or you have a plan in place and the ownership has a different plan in place. Sometimes owners know just enough about the sport to kind of get in the way of what you know when that's what you do every single day. So, that makes sense to me. But how much of it is just like, I've done everything already. We've won 4 championships. It's hard to stay at that level. That must be super intense every day you have to win a championship or your season's a failure kind of an attitude.
Yeah, it is. It is. And I think if you're Bob, the one way you can look at this and say, look, I've been with these guys for more than a decade and they're still going. Just won a championship a year ago. They're still going, and we may have another shot next season. Obviously, they'll have to do some things differently. And we know that, there's a salary tax bill that's going to be coming. And so that may be a factor too. But I think ideally that Bob would like to run the course with this group, meaning Steve, Steph, Draymond, and Klay. And obviously those guys won't all be leaving in the next 5 weeks. So that's going to be why it's difficult. Like you mentioned, dealing with ownership. I think the upside of Joe, and everybody will tell you this, is that Joe wants to win so badly he's willing to overspend at times. And I say overspend, I mean he's willing to bust the salary cap and therefore get deep into the luxury tax because that's what it takes to win. If you're going to win the NBA, chances of you are already in the luxury tax or you will be. And so that's the name of the game. That's the way the rule is set up. And in the next CBA, it's not a lot different, where the Warriors will still be able to be penalized in some way for developing their own players. You know, as they have success and have to pay guys that they drafted, they still will have to pay into the tax. So, but yeah, I think the day-to-day of it is a big factor. And I think for Bob, you know, he's got a family and it's just a lot. And I think that's what's at the heart of this is, okay, is my heart in it for another year or two or three? You know, Steph's going to be around for 3 more years. And so he has to come to that conclusion. And I know that Steve, Steph, Clay, Draymond, all 4 of those guys have said they treasure Bob. They value him, and they don't want to even think about him leaving, but they know it's possible.
If he does leave, Monty, is it just the quality of life change? Would he ever go to the Clippers? You know, Steve Ballmer's there with all of his money, and I keep thinking of Jerry West down there as a consultant, Matt Ishbia, the new owner in Phoenix, and he's got James Jones in place, and the Clippers got Lawrence Frank. But is it just a quality of life, or would he leave? Would he ever leave the Warriors, Monty, and go to another NBA team?
I don't think he would do that immediately. You know, if he were to leave at the end of the next month, I don't see him taking a job with the Wizards or the Suns or the Clippers or wherever to do. No, I think if Bob decides to leave, I honestly believe that he might just take some time away from the game, from the day to day. And if that means that he's out for a year or 2 or whatever, I think he would probably appreciate that for himself. And his family, I know, would appreciate that. So, and if you look at, if the Phoenix is a very interesting situation because, you know, we all know that Matt Ishbia pushed for the Kevin Durant deal, which sounds good, but James Jones did not want to part with Mikal Bridges. And Matt Ishbia said, "Oh, we will part with Mikal Bridges if I say so." And so they did. And I think you watch the Suns in the postseason, you realize that their depth was just so thin. They didn't have enough. Chris Paul goes down and they're kind of cooked. And I think that's going to be a problem for them going forward because they also offloaded a bunch of draft picks. So, Matt Ishbia came in the door and then he fires Monty Williams like the day after. So you have a lot of – I don't think Bob Myers is going to go to work for Matt Ishbia. I don't think that's going to happen. And Steve Ballmer is a different situation. And, yeah, he can – with his pockets – he can pay you, me, and Mr. Santangelo, you know, enough money to come out there and quit our jobs and work down there. And so but I don't think it's about money. I don't think so. I think it's really about quality of life. And I think that's what's sitting in his heart and going, okay, do I want to do this for another 3 years or 2 years? But if, you know, he knows what Steph has meant to this region, not just to the franchise, to this entire region. And it will be hard to walk away from that while it's still active. And so, I don't envy Bob in the situation. I do envy the fact that he's got a good choice or a great choice, either way. But it's not an easy choice. It's not an easy choice.
Monty, I'll work for him. I'll do whatever he wants. I'll go right now. I'll get in my car and drive down to Los Angeles after the show. Talking to Monty Poole, he covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. Monty, shifting gears a little bit to the players, I have an unhealthy obsession with Jordan Poole this year. And I watched the games, and he was my favorite Warrior a year ago. And I've watched the regression for whatever reasons this year with the turnovers, the bad decision-making. At times, he gives you glimpses of the Jordan Poole from the championship year a year ago. But what do the Warriors do with him? Because if you trade him, you might get something, but he's going to go somewhere else and be a superstar. He is. He's got that kind of talent. It just seems like he's in the shadow of Steph Curry for whatever reason with $140 million. I don't know what it is, but he's taken a step backward. And he drove me crazy this year. So what do the Warriors do with Jordan Poole?
And JP drove a lot of people crazy this year. Here's the thing. And I looked at his late in the season, I looked at his overall season, and he wasn't straight terrible. He was terrible at times, and he was magnificent at times. It was like a graph, an EKG. He'd be for 3 or 4 or 5 games, he'd be magnificent, and then for 3 or 4 or 5 games, he'd be atrocious, and then magnificent and atrocious. And it's a wild graph to look at, and it was spells. It was never for more than like 4 to 6 games, one way or the other. It wasn't like he had 3 great weeks or 4 great weeks and then 4 terrible weeks. It was more like, oh, he was really bad for like a week and a half, 2 weeks, and then he's really good for a week and a half, 2 weeks. So I think there's still a really great player inside that. And the question is whether he can find it with this team and given what happened with he and Draymond last October. And that's why I think if the Warriors do plan to keep him, I think that it's incumbent upon the Warriors and specifically Draymond to do whatever it takes to make their situation more than just a quote-unquote business situation where they're just teammates and that's the end of it. The Warriors built their greatness largely on the fact that these guys are a group. There's camaraderie. There's esprit de corps. There is trust among fellows. There's brotherhood. And so that was missing last year. And Draymond admitted it. He knows. And when you look at the road record, 11-30, that's a kind of a pretty big clue as to what was going on, because really tight teams don't fall apart on the road. They actually get better because you have to be with each other on the road. You're on the same buses, the same hotel room, the same locker room. Unlike home, when you're at home, you can, after practice or after game, you go off on your own, your family, to your apartment or to your condo or whatever. On the road, you're all going to the same place together all the time. That's just the way it is. Yeah, you can break off and go to dinner with, a group of 2 or 3 people or whatever, but there's a lot of time spent together. And on the road this season, the Warriors were unbelievably bad. And I think when you look at that, that's one of the reasons why, is that they were not united as they had been so many years before. And this is different from 2019 when KD and Draymond had their squabble. This is different because the team is different. That team was mostly veteran guys. Andre was active and in the rotation. Sean Livingston was around. You had guys who'd seen a lot of NBA stuff. And so it didn't shake them that much. But if you're a rookie, imagine if you're Patrick Baldwin Jr. or even Jonathan Kuminga or Moses Moody, and you're in training camp and you see what Draymond does to Jordan, and you've been told that Draymond is one of your leaders. I mean, what are you going to be thinking? I mean, it can't be easy to navigate that and go, oh, okay, this is the way the NBA works, huh? So there's a lot of mental gymnastics going on among the people that are on this team this year, and at times it showed. I think they can still get it back. They can fix it, but I think Draymond has to make a huge commitment to do that in the offseason. And I think for him, if he wants to be a Warrior beyond, if he wants to resign or should I say opt into his contract, I think that's a move that should be made for the betterment of the team. And Draymond's always been a team guy.
The one line we didn't hear much this year at all, play with joy. There wasn't a lot of joy. It was a burden. They played with a burden this year, going back to the Draymond, the punch at training camp, and all the way to the end. And the play with joy line comes from Steve Kerr, obviously, and Steph Curry. And going back to Bob, the special relationship that Bob Myers and Steve Kerr have. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are tight, but Bob and Steve have cried together. They've lost, family members after Steve got, had the back situation when the Dura was nicked after the first championship. They're more like brothers. So if Bob does choose a different path, Monty, and Steve is going into the final year of his contract, and he said last week at his press conference, no rush, but are you kidding me, Steve Kerr, 4-time champion coach going into a lame duck year? How big of a story is that going to be? So if Bob does leave, how does that impact Steve's longevity here?
I will say that, I've talked to Steve about this earlier in the season, and, it was pretty clear. He didn't come out and say it, but just in the conversation and the tone of the context of the conversation we had, it was pretty clear to me that he would be maybe devastated is too strong a word, but that he would be sick if Bob leaves. I mean, that it means that relationship means that much to him. And he understands that Bob has this job where he's the go-between between Joe and Peter and everybody else up and down. And so the question then becomes, okay, who takes Bob's place? And I think that's what might be something that Steve would look at, and after that decide, whether he wants to go another year or 2 or 3, whether he wants to re-up. I think ideally, again, he would like to stay here as long as, the Steph, Clay, Draymond group is together. And honestly, we don't know that. We know Steph will be here because, A, his contract says he'll be here for a few more years, and B, Joe Lacob cannot trade him and then show his face in public. So he's not going anywhere. But Draymond can opt out, and Clay has another year. So I think Steve would like to give it at least another year, and maybe he wouldn't be bothered if Bob walks. I don't think Steve would be bothered by a layback year because he might not know he wants to have any more time if Bob is not here. That's the thing he has to figure out, and he probably already has told himself, if Bob leaves, I'm going to do my year and get out, or if Bob leaves, I'm going to see who they replace him with and then decide whether I want to be here for 2 or 3 or 4 more years.
Anyway, Monty, that Steve becomes the GM and does both jobs,
I don't think
or just does the GM, and then that'll be 10 years if he finalizes his contract and just doesn't coach anymore. But you'd think he's not going to be in here for the long haul, possibly.
I don't think Steve wants to be a general manager anymore, ever. I think the whole thing.
He doesn't have Robert Sarver, though. Well, he's got Joe Lacob.
That's true. But yeah, I just don't. I think he, after his term as a general manager down in Phoenix, I think he realizes that he's better suited to coaching. And I think he's willing to stick with that. So I would say, that the chances of him moving up to GM are remote at best, or impossible at worst. I just don't see that at all. But I do think he's curious to see if Bob does leave. What then? And that'll make an impact on him as to what he wants to do with his future with the franchise.
A lot to decide. We'll see what happens. It's going to be an interesting offseason with the Golden State Warriors. Monty Poole, thanks a lot for coming on today. We appreciate it as usual.
All right, fellas. Y'all take care now.
All right,
Thank you, Monty.
Thanks, Monty. Monty covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. Somebody on my Twitter makes a good point, and I want to read this real quick. He says, Dude, I'm a fan, but equating the use of spreadsheets and analytics with having no interpersonal skills is a super lazy take. And he's right. Yeah. You can have both.
You can be both.
You can be both, and I should have made that more clear. So, that's bottom of the ninth on Twitter tweeting at me, and I said, good point, you're right. So he is right. Yes, you can have both. It's not one or the other. But you got to have a heart. It can't all be a number 2 lead pencil. Yes. You got to have a heart. You have to get on the yellow brick road to see the wizard and ask for a heart. You have to. Okay. You have to be the. You can't be the
yellow brick road.
You can't be the Tin Man and be good at what you do. All right, coming up next, foreplay, 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today. Coming up next on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now? Trending now on KNBR.com.
Logan Webb left his last start with some back tightness, but all signs point to him making his next start. He's been dealing lately. Let's hope he's okay. That story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, it's been a build-up of anxiety. You go through that first day, no call. You go through the second day, but, I'm getting calls like, all right, warm up, this is you. And then something happens, and it's like, all right, something else, And I understand that. And so today I was like, all right, please be the day. I want my debut here so bad. My wife is a San Francisco native. Her whole family's here. We need it. So when I got the call, I was like, dang, all right, this is it. Let's do it. Let's see what we got.
That was Ryan Walker after his major league debut yesterday. He looks nice.
He is funky.
He's funky. Little crossfire action. He got the win in his major league debut. So we had a first base hit, Patrick Bailey, a first home run, Patrick Bailey, and a first major league win this weekend.
Yes.
Home babies are everywhere for the San Francisco Giants. The Giants go 5-1 on the homestand. They're off to Minnesota tonight. They're facing a guy. What's his name, Greg? He's 3-0 with a 1-something ERA for the Twins.
For the Minnesota Twins, Bailey Ober.
So Bailey versus Bailey tonight. We'll see how that works. Bailey Ober is. I watched some video on him today. He's got a nice little slider. That's about it. We'll see if the Giants can figure him out. But he dealt against the Dodgers, he dealt against the Padres, and he dealt against the Guardians. So he's faced some really good teams this year and had some success. But when you talk about the weekend, Greg, and you go on Twitter, which is a tough place to find positivity, and you talk to your friends around town. You and I were talking about it, everybody in the studio before I came on. It's got a different feel all of a sudden, not just because they went 5-1 in the homestand. You got kids playing. There's a new energy, a new vibe to the ball club. We have first at-bats, first appearances, first homers, first hits. It's really cool what's going on over there with the Hum Babies.
Without a doubt, and Ryan Walker's helping in the bullpen, and he's nasty. I mean, you're too young Do you ever face Roger Pavlik in your career?
Isn't he
Texas Ranger?
Isn't he a reporter for NBC Sports Bay Area?
No, that's a different.
Oh, that's Alex
Pavlovich.
Oh, all right.
I guess he Texas Ranger Roger Pavlik. He was there on Nolan Ryan's staff, so I think you're too young.
All right.
But he would step towards third and then come towards the plate. And I was reading about Ryan Walker. I'm like, I got to see this guy. It's just a crossfire where his first step is to third, but it's tough to pick up, as you know, in the box. He throws hard, and he's got a wipeout slider, so he's another arm there different than Tyler Rogers' arm. Taylor's starting to figure it out. He gave up a home run, but still he's starting to lock in since he threw his glove and hat away. Camilo Duvall's, great, obviously. Alexander's doing a good job. Brebbia, and he's going to start tonight, so they're going the opener tonight, right? Brebbia will start, and then Bailey Ober. The problem with the Twins is the two pitchers you get after Ober, and Ober's got a 178, the lowest ERA in Major League Baseball, even lower than Alex Cobb, the former Oakland A. Santino Sonny Gray is 4-0 with a 164. I do not believe he's given up a home run all year this year, and then you got to deal with Joe Ryan, who was 6-1 with a 2.25. So the one thing with the Giants, after the 6-13 start, Frank Paul, they've been streaky. They won 5 in a row, beat the Mets and Cardinals. Then they go to Mexico City, get all sideways there, get the trots, lose 4 in a row. Then they win 4 in a row, and then they go through a stretch where they lose 7 out of 9 and 3 in a row in the desert. And they win 4 in a row. They lose Saturday, getting shut out, come back and win yesterday. So they are streaky, and the main reason they're streaky is they play well at home. They don't play as well on the road. They're 7-13 on the road this year.
Well, I mean, you got to figure that out, right? And maybe it's just coincidence. It's a small sample size. They took 2 out of 3 in Houston, played well there. And
yeah.
Hey, I think the road builds character. I think the road's where you bond as a team. I think the road's where you're on the plane, on the bus, in the clubhouse together. Monty just talked about it. We talked about it right when we came on around 10 this morning, that usually you play well on the road because, if you have some sort of self-discipline, you get sleep. Because sometimes at home when you have young kids, you don't get sleep. So you can close the curtains, you can sleep in a little bit, then you get on the bus with the guys. It's just more, bro time. It's more guy time on the road. You go out to dinner after the games if you have a day game. You're on the plane playing cards together. You're on the plane bonding together. I always thought travel days were huge on the road, winning on travel days. Dusty Baker taught us this. Yeah, you get the momentum and you get a happy bus ride and a happy flight. Not that you're like sitting in your seat not talking if you lose. It's just like kind of a different vibe where, I don't know if we should be like playing music in the back of the plane. The skipper might get mad. Stuff like that where you kind of have to tiptoe around. So the fact that they had a 5-1 homestand, they're going to Minnesota with a team they can handle, and then on to Milwaukee with, I think that's going to be a home run fest in Milwaukee. The ballpark there is conducive. What is it called now? The Great American Family Ballpark or something like that?
It's not Miller Park anymore.
It's not Miller Park, which is weird to me. But I don't know if Giants fans are thinking about going to Milwaukee, but a 3-4 weekend series there in the summertime, literally you can't beat that ballpark in that town.
No, it's fun.
I say that to everybody. They're like, Milwaukee?
And
they
the
look
tailgate there, best tailgate in either league. So last year, remember when the Giants went to Wrigley in September and the 49ers were there to play the Bears in the Rainfest and lost at Soldier Field? The day before, remember the Giants had a doubleheader at County Stadium? And I've run into a lot of Giants fans. They hit the doubleheader in Milwaukee, drove to Chicago for Wrigley Friday and Saturday, and the 49er game on Sunday. So there's no doubt Milwaukee is a fun town. Just stay out of the Hotel Pfister.
Yeah, I can't tell you where the Giants are staying, but it's not that one.
So who's the Moises Alou on this year's team? The guy that took you out after your first bit of success, go on the road. You ain't sleeping, young Frank Paul. We're going out. We're hitting the streets. We're going to the men's club. Who's that guy on this team?
Well, I don't think they can do that anymore, man. I think guys just generally they stay in their rooms. We didn't have smartphones back in the day. If we had those, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you right now.
Put on the Bobby Valentine, fake glasses and fake nose.
Yeah, I don't think you can do a whole lot nowadays.
Can't do anything there?
No, I think it's mostly like you do a toast in the clubhouse. I remember I had Casey Schmidt in the bunker after he hit his home run, and he was, just beaming about the celebration. And this goes to show you how important one win is in the big leagues. When you play 162 games, there's foggers, there's strobe lights, there's music, there's DJs.
It's a club.
Yeah, it's
you don't
a
have
club.
To go to a club. The clubhouse is the club.
Yeah, if you go to you watch the Padres, what they do, they have a piñata in their clubhouse after every win.
And the Giants clubhouse.
And they break a piñata, and they're all dancing around with a sombrero on. And you celebrate a win. and you kind of wash away a loss, and you just go one day at a time. But like Casey came in the bunker, and he was just all smiles, obviously because he got his first big league hit and his first big league home run. It was really cool. But then I said, what was it like going to the clubhouse? And he said, well, I've only seen that on Instagram when Michael Conforto hit that 3-run home run. So for me to like experience it firsthand, because when you're the hero of the game, Greg, you go you're the last one. You do the post game interviews, and you come in, and they were all waiting for him, and it was really cool. But I mean, I don't know. I just think the injection of life with these kids right now is exactly what this team needed. And the product I saw in spring training with these kids running around in Scottsdale, I would turn to Joe Rizzo. I would tell all my friends, Marty, every day, I'm like, I like to watch these kids play. They're exciting. They're fun. Bryce Johnson has speed, and just to see him running around, and now Casey Schmidt in defense, and how he makes everybody else better. And maybe even Patrick Bailey as a defender, as a catcher, makes everybody better. His game calling skill was off the chart the other day. I was paying close attention to it. You and I talked about him framing up some strikes that were borderline pitches, some low pitches. He just looks like Kurt Manwaring. He looks like he's been catching for 10 years in the big leagues right out of the gate.
Yeah, Kurt Manwaring had strong hands. This guy's got soft hands. So I think the guys are still finding a way to go out. You're going on this trip, right? Saturday's a day game in Milwaukee. You gotta take these guys out in Milwaukee, FP. It's on to you. You got to be the guy.
No, I can't do that. I'm just happy to be there. I'm concentrating on getting the outs and the count right now. I can't be going on.
Man, have you changed?
Greg, it's so weird.
We used to have fun on the road.
Pops,
what's going on?
I know. Pops, trust me. We'll get to the post-game wrap, and Dave will ask me, like, who's your pick? And I'm like, I don't even know what happened in the game because I'm trying to get the count right, the outs right, the base runners right.
4-3 on the batter.
They're like, who's your pick? I'm like, the 3-2 count in the 8th inning. That's all I remember is numbers.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you. It's time for our foreplay, 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. The first one is the Draymond podcast. He's talking about Bob Myers. Here it is.
Bob is one of the guys that I rode in with, that I've been on this journey with for 11 years, and we've all been plugging away each and every year to try to deliver championships. It's what makes us go. That's what we're all in it for. And so to know that there's a possibility that he may not be here does not sit well with me. Even if he is gone, that relationship will still be like this. That is a relationship that I've built that will last for the rest of my life. Someone I confide in, someone I trust. And so to know that, like, he may not be here, like, that sucks. That hurts because I've appreciated going to work with him every day for the last 11 years and the things that he's taught me. I think in life, we all need people who hold us accountable, and he holds me accountable at a totally different standard. And he don't hold me accountable like, oh, I'm the general manager of the team. He holds me accountable as a man. He holds me accountable as a leader. He holds me accountable from a friendship standpoint. So that sucks. And quite frankly, I hope something is worked out and Bob is back next year. I also hope I'm back next year.
Yeah. No, but the biggest influences in my career taught me how to be a man too. Like when I talk about Felipe Alou as being one of the biggest influences in my career, and A-Ball when he was my manager, he taught me how to be accountable and how to be a man off the field, how to carry yourself as a professional. Like we joke about Mo taking me out at night or whatever when I was a rookie, but I feel like what Draymond's saying there really resonates with me because, there's coaches, there's GMs, and there's people that have an influence in your life, and sometimes they can be both. Sometimes a good coach makes you a better player. I think a great coach makes you a better person, and maybe the same could be said about Bob Myers as a GM.
Without a doubt.
That was
Draymond
really good stuff. I forgot.
But if he does step away, it'll be because of all the Draymond. He's had to deal with you, Draymond. No, he loves them. Yeah, the Moises Alou, I know we got to rush. We got a guest coming up. The urinating on his hand story. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Before every game?
I don't know if it was for every game. I never saw it. I think I heard about it after he left. And I think we all do sometimes when we miss. When you miss fire. I mean, it's not.
Well, he said he did it to toughen his hands because he didn't wear batting gloves. He went sans gloves.
I think pickle juice works just the same.
It smells a little different.
Well, it depends on if you're eating pickles or not.
That's true.
Maybe if you eat pineapples is what I heard. All right, let's go. This is getting off the rails. All right, This is Gabe Kapler, and he was asked if he was surprised by the kids and what they're doing so far.
I think you always have to expect that young players are going to have some ups and downs and some struggles. It's always nice when they have the ups first because it kind of sets the tone and brings a lot of energy to the ballpark, but they're not going to be without their bumps and bruises along the way. If you ask me if I'm surprised, I'd probably say no, and mainly because of the pedigree, right? Both of these guys are first-round picks with, great athleticism, tested power, good skills, and equipped to do what they've done so far.
It's Gabe Kapler talking about Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey, their success early on. They do have
Makes it a lot easier to get off to a good start, huh?
Well, the one thing we have to be careful with, and I was called a buzzkill by your partner the other day for saying this, is not everybody you call up from AAA is going to have this kind of success real quick. And I think Farhan does a great job of making sure they're better than the level they're at before he pulls the trigger. It takes a lot of guts as a GM or president of baseball operations, whether you're Pete Patella or Farhan, to call up a guy too soon. I mean, you have to master the level you're at, unless there's a need. And maybe Bailey didn't master AAA. He was only there for 14 games. But if they knew he could command a staff, that's what he's here for. If he can hit the right buttons or make sure the pitcher's calling his own game, hit the right buttons on the pitch comm, and he commands a presence back there, and there's an energy and a flow to the game. And I think as a catcher, you have to know that you're in control. Even with the pitch clock right now, I've seen some clunky rhythm of a game. And it's really cool to see like a catcher back there, like a catcher back there doing a real nice job. All right, this is Logan Webb talking about Patrick Bailey, how confident he is and how relaxed he is early in his career.
Honestly, I feel like he's one of I feel like most guys have some nerves and stuff, and it's just, you can just look at them and it seems like they might be a little nervous. And the last two guys that we've called up it's not like that at all. It doesn't seem like they have any nerves or anything going on. So I guess that's a pretty good trait to have. And I know some of the best players that I've played with were similar in that demeanor.
Yeah, if you're calm, Greg, I'm calm.
Calm.
If you're relaxed with your
head
hat
out your eyeballs.
If you're relaxed with your hat on backwards, inside out, I'm relaxed.
My rally cap
with my hat on backwards.
They're almost to 500, which leads to Bailey was up 14 games at AA, 14 games AAA. Casey Schmidt here very quickly. How long do they wait on Kyle Harrison, MP? We're going opener tonight. This is John Brebbia making the start because Ross Stripling went on the IL after his start on Wednesday with the back tightness. In light of how well Schmidt and Bailey are doing, do you think we see Kyle Harrison by Memorial Day?
I mean, I'm all for it. I think, he's the strike zone with the automated strike zone AAA is really small, and I'm sure the Giants' evaluation is that they take that into account. They have their own thing. I'm looking at a soft landing for him, and I don't see one anytime soon. Milwaukee, you're not calling them up for that series. That's a bandbox. Maybe Pittsburgh at home, but Pittsburgh and
Baltimore, good.
Pittsburgh and Baltimore, good. Then you got to
go to Colorado.
No.
Yeah.
How about the Cubs on the 9th?
They're all big leaguers. Then Dodgers, Padres, the hell with it.
Yeah, just call them up.
Figure it out, right?
Yeah, throw it as hard as you can, and we'll figure this thing out. I'm all for it. Let's go. Call up the lefty up.
Let's just see.
Yeah, he was fun to watch in spring training. He's got an exploding fastball. I think command is his thing, and change-up's a work in progress. The slider's really nasty, and he looks the part. We talk about looking the part. He definitely looks the part.
And he's a De La guy.
Let's go. Call him up. Call everybody up and see what happens. It's been fun. All right, coming up next, Dan Hayes. He's a Twins writer for The Athletic. We'll ask him about Carlos Correa and how he's doing to get you all ready for the Twins series. The pregame show starts at 3:40 on KNBR today. The first pitch is at 4:40. The Giants are in Minnesota tonight. John Brebbia is the opener. So Dan Hayes coming up next on The Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
All right, we've been talking about it all afternoon. The youth movement continues on the corner of 3rd and King as Patrick Bailey got the call to big leagues, got his first knock, his first tater over the weekend. That story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, it's our good friend Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. He's always helping out the people. Today's really got to help out Danny behind the glass because Danny has no idea what any initials stand for, Steve, but maybe you can help him with ERC.
Danny, I have good news for you, buddy. The federal government is giving away, that's right, it's not a loan, they're giving away up to $26,000 for every employee that you had in 2020 and 21. They qualify. Say, great, how do I qualify? There's two different ways. One way is a certain drop in gross revenue. That's very easy to determine, but a lot of CPAs are stopping there. And I've had so many clients, the most recent one just on Friday, whose CPA said, no ERC for you because your revenue actually went up. Wrong. There's a second way to qualify, and the law specifically says either or. The other way is a facts and circumstances way. Why aren't other people doing that? Because it takes a lot more work. It's legal analysis, and they don't want to do it. Bottom line is, if you were turned away by your CPA from ERC because your gross revenue didn't go down enough, talk to us for a second opinion. Let's see if you qualify. And if you do, you'll get just as much money on the second method as you would with the first.
That's Steve Moskowitz, our good friend. I hope Danny was taking notes on the other side of the glass. He's a founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. For more info, call Steve at 1-888-TAX-DEAL or check out Danny's notes or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
I caught a 10-pound bass at my in-laws' place in Valdosta, and you put me on a pond and I'll outfish you for sure.
It's Kyle Farmer talking about fishing. FP Santangelo in for John Lund today. Greg Papa has his Giants hat on. He is all set and ready to go. Our next guest is Dan Hayes. He's a Twins writer for The Athletic. Nice enough to join us, and I'm sure Greg's got a ton of questions for you, Dan, about Carlos Correa. We'll see. How you doing, Dan?
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Go ahead, Greg.
Well, last time we had you on in December a lot, Dan, when the Carlos Correa sweepstakes were on, and I brought up, the knee injury, and it wasn't the knee injury. I think we had you on like the week before they signed him with a $350 million deal. Then the Giants flunked him. It was more of an ankle arthritis concern. So just the long and winding road, because Correa is going to play against the Giants for the first time tonight after they flunked him on the physical, and the Twins re-signed him after a layover in Flushing to a smaller deal, 6 years, $200 million. So he's not playing well, but I guess the good thing is he has played in 43 of your first 47 games. But just tell me about the roundabout offseason of Carlos Correa.
Yeah, it was wild. I mean, the fact that he was here, and it's so funny because when he got here, I think it was like minus 5 degrees that day. And I was like, snowing. They had the snow. So the way that Northern California or all of California had like the rainiest winter, and the Sierras got hammered, Minnesota had the third snowiest winter in its history. So like just deluge of snow and cold temperatures. And it was like, welcome back, Carlos. You're here for 6 years, maybe 10. And he got greeted by the ugliest weather. He has not quite thawed out with the bat yet. He's been a little bit slow to start. I think it's more of a mental thing, just an approach thing, something along the line, because talking to a lot of people, there's no physical issues. You can see it. He looks free. He's talked about having done a bunch of yoga and mobility stuff in the off season that really freed him up, because essentially he wants to outlast this contract. He's happy that it's 6 years. There's 4 option years that can make an additional $70 million for him. But he wants to get through the life of the contract. And so he started some extra work after he found out about the ankle, that it was in the shape it was, going into this off season. And, the Twins are extremely pleased about that, but he said it has made him looser at the plate. He doesn't have the tension that he quite wants. And he struggled in run scoring positions, run producing positions, I should say. The defense has been excellent, but there have been issues for sure. And, for him to have a sub 700 OPS at this point, it's been a struggle. But the fact is the Twins have had great pitching and played great defense. And if he can join the party, this is going to be a really fun team. They're 25-22 right now. They've had a few issues with the bullpen. They haven't blown opponents away the way they thought they would, which would be freeing up some of those relievers. And, it's been tight game after tight game, but I think they feel like they're in a good position, because really his production level has been kind of minimal at this point, and yet they're 3 games above 500, having played one of the tougher schedules in the American League so far.
You just said something that piqued my interest when he found out about his ankle. He didn't know that his ankle was all jacked up?
I don't think he knew that it was deteriorating to the point that he did, because he had the physical the year before. I mean, of course he knew, because I have a really colorful quote from him in September when he slid into the base that you can't repeat on air, but he's described having lots of stuff in there from his broken leg when he was, I think it was 2014 in the minor leagues. But I don't think he knew it was to that extent, or if he did, he's never really been impacted by it. So I think it was a little bit jarring to him that teams turned him down. And, Scott Boras used the dais that day to talk about differences in medical opinions, and went on and filibustered and spent, it could have been a 25-minute press conference. Probably was about an hour-long press conference, because Scott Boras was railing on doctors and foot specialists and all that stuff. But I think that he has taken it extremely seriously, knowing that there's a little bit in there. And, he feels great. As he's pointed out, it's never lost him a game since the initial injury. And I think he's confident in that. And they think it could happen in the next couple of years. But they were willing to take that risk as access to a player unlike any they've had. And they really wanted to keep him around. And when you see the impact he has on the clubhouse and the guys around him, you understand, especially if he can hit, 290 with 22 homers like he did last year.
All right, so he plays against the Giants tonight, and we saw him last year in late in the year at Target Field. He was the best player on the field all 3 games, just a force. But the Giants, they had him signed. They called a press conference. He was in town. He had his orange suit on. And then Boris gets a call, and they cancel it. And just the athletes are always motivated, Dan, but is Carlos Correa extra motivated in this series against the Giants in light of getting flunked on the physical?
I'm sure entered into the back of his mind. There were a couple extra reporters in our clubhouse just when I dipped my head in there a few minutes ago to stop by and see him. So there's no way you can't be aware of it. But at the same time, he's dealt with so much stuff in his career. I mean, he was part of the Astros, the 2017 Astros, and the fallout of that in 2019, 2020, and 2021. He's dealt with so many things, and he's good at compartmentalizing. So I trust him when he says it's not that big of a deal, but, you can't help but think. They were house shopping, in the East Bay. They were looking for houses that day, and they got the call that night at like midnight, and they essentially were told we're going to go back to the negotiating table, but they knew the night before it was done, and they had to sit there. His whole family was there. He was so excited about the possibilities. So, it would be difficult to think he there's not some kind of attachment for him. I just think he's exceptional at separating things and will try to minimize it as much as possible. But whether that's, we're all human, right? So you'd have to think there's something attached for sure.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to need any extra motivation tonight. Talking to Dan Hayes, he's a Twins writer for The Athletic, nice enough to join the Pop on Lunch show. I'm F.E. Santangelo, filling in for John Lund. Bailey Ober, he's 3-0 with a 1.78 ERA. So if I'm a Giants fan and I'm turning on KNBR at 3:40 for the pregame and 4:40 for the first pitch, what do I need to know about Bailey Ober?
Very tall pitcher. Maybe like Chris Young from the Padres with more stuff. Fastball, rides it high, can get swings and misses, but has really developed the off speed. He was their 6th starter going into the season this year, and he, before this year he had 31 starts in major league level and a 3.82 ERA. So he was pretty accomplished enough to think that they could count on him as their number 5. But they had Tyler Mahle, they had Kenta Maeda back, and Bailey Ober was starting the year at AAA essentially. He was. I would say he was throwing better than multiple guys on the staff going in, but because of contract obligations, that kind of stuff, he was the odd man out, and he handled it exceptionally well. Kept pitching all right at AAA. Got a spot start in April. Both Mahle and Maeda are down now, and he's filled in, and the rotation has not skipped a beat, and it's one of the better rotations in the American League. Sonny Gray has been electric. Joe Ryan from Marin County has been outstanding, and they acquired Pablo Lopez. They had to give up Luis Ariz in January to make that trade, but Pablo Lopez has been nothing short of outstanding. Bailey Ober is their 4 is very good.
Wow, what a staff. Lopez won yesterday in Anaheim against Shohei, but Ober's got a 178. Joe Ryan will go Wednesday in the daytime in the matinee with a 2.25, and Sonny Gray goes tomorrow, Dan, with the lowest ERA in baseball, 1.64. He has not given up a home run this year in 49 1/3. Wow.
It's crazy. Last year they traded for him. He was part of the lockout, the MLBPA, and he was negotiating, but also he'd been told to shut it down. He started throwing last year 4 days before the lockout ended because he had some kind of hiccup. So all season long, he was trying to get his legs underneath him, and physically he struggled all last year. And he still ended up with a 3.08 ERA. He really likes it here and likes the way that the team uses information and has changed his pitch mix a little bit. But this year he got to go in and he got to camp with 15 bullpens thrown, and just as physically sound as he's ever been. He said he tried to learn a lot of stuff from older pitchers and talking to guys over the years because he wants to keep excelling. And that's all he's done so far. It's been very fun to watch because, Sonny's such an interesting personality and he's so cerebral. And when he's going good, it's a great combo.
Who's locked in for the Twins right now? Who do the Giants need to worry about? Maybe even avoid, they're so hot.
Kyle Farmer. took one in the face about 5 weeks ago, 92 to the face, busted his lip, pushed his 4 front teeth back. He was out. He has been lights out since he came back. So he is no FP Santangelo, though. I wanted to share this real quick because on my 22nd birthday, you took Chuck Finley deep at Candlestick. Giants won 5-1 or 5-2. And it was, I think, I want to say it was a 3-run homer in the 4th or 5th inning. And it was my 22nd birthday. And I told Walter that I was going to bring this up before we got off the air. So
our producer.
Dude, I remember that like it was
remember
yesterday.
that?
Well, it's this day in Giants history, June 7th. And the reason I know that is because 7's my favorite number. So we play it all the time on KNBR on this day in Giants history. But the reason I remember it so vividly is Matt Walbeck was the catcher for the Angels, and he's my buddy from Sacramento. And I remember digging into the box. It was a 3-2 pitch. And wondering if he was going to throw his famous curveball or his off-speed, whatever he had. I'm like, no, I'm just a little guy. I'm not going to hurt him. He's going 3-2 fastball here. I'm pushing all my chips in the middle for a heater, and I got it, and I clicked it. And, yeah, I think we won that. I think we scored 3 runs that night, and it was a big home run. I didn't hit many, Dan, so I remember them all.
Well, I was somewhere along the third baseline, first deck, and I remember it was my first real – I hadn't gone the year before, so it was my first real beer at Candlestick right then, and it was a crowning achievement for me at that moment, having a beer at Candlestick.
Oh, so that's cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very cool. Wasn't he married like Connie Catan or something?
Connie Catan.
Yeah.
Was she there?
The White Snake video on the hood of that car.
She always stood right behind home plate.
I was thinking about that, running around the bases. That's how sick I am.
Every time he pitched, I thought about
it. All right, Dan. Thanks for the story. That's cool, man. I appreciate it.
Very cool.
Hey, no problem. Hey, thanks for having me on, guys.
Take care, Dan. Good stuff from Dan Hayes, his Twins writer for The Athletic. Yeah. So
what a memory, huh?
I remember that, but like he remembers it because he was at the ballpark. Like, look at that little guy. He hit a home run. Good
you had
stuff.
21 in the big leagues.
I did.
What was your most special? That one off of Chuck?
That was one of them. I hit 2 in one game against the Cubs, one right-handed, one left-handed.
Oh, cool.
So I always say you're not a switch hitter until you can hit one from each side in the same game, and I did it once. And I tried to do it. I hit a home run in the first inning. I'm trying to think of who. Terry Mulholland, cutter in, 3-2, right-handed. And then Mel Rojas was pitching in the bullpen. In Montreal, the bullpens were down the line like they used to be over at Oracle. And I was playing left field, and he was pitching. And I went, well, Mel, he used to throw for us, and he'd go first pitch fastball into lefties. I go, I'm going to sit on a fastball in first pitch and try to leave and hit a home run from both sides. And I thought about it and visualized it the whole inning in left field. I was standing there. And I got up there, first pitch. I hit it. I'm running around first base, and Mark Grace just had his hands folded as I ran past him. He goes, what the hell? He goes, what is going on? Like, basically, you're not that good. So, yeah.
Damn scouting report.
Glory days.
How many guys in history have hit 2 in one game?
From each
one
side,
from each side of the plate.
I don't know. Not
many.
I don't know. It was I didn't even get a curtain call in Montreal because I don't even think they knew what I did. But it was. I remember thinking I felt terrible at the plate that day, and I got 2 home runs. Just got lucky, I guess. And I'm lucky to be here at KNBR working with Greg Papa. So a couple more segments, half hour left in the show. We've had Susan Slusser on, Monty Poole, Dan Hayes, good stuff, getting you all ready for the Giants. They're on our air tonight. Javi Lopez is going to join Murph and Mac tomorrow at 8:50 to recap the Giants game. Kipe's on with Murph and Mac tomorrow, too. Andrew Bagley on with Tolbert and Copes this afternoon. All right, I've done all my homework here. More of Greg Papa and FP Santangelo next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
He is no FP Santangelo, though. I wanted to share this real quick because on my 22nd birthday, you took Chuck Finley deep at Candlestick. Giants won 5-1 or 5-2, and it was, I think, I want to say it was a 3-run homer in like the 4th or 5th inning. And it was my 22nd birthday. I was somewhere along the third baseline, first deck, and I remember it was my first real. I hadn't gone the year before, so it was my first real beer at Candlestick right then, and it was a crowning achievement for me at that moment, having a beer at Candlestick.
So I was thinking during the break, the reason I remember that is because we opened the show open is that home run every night with John Miller calling it.
I want to hear it. It's in your show open?
For KNBR tonight. That's the home run, I think. A 3-run homer for FP Santangelo. It's in the show open.
We got to get that.
Every single night.
We got to roll that.
That's why I remember it. And JT Snow just texted me. He hit one from both sides when he was a switch hitter. Remember, JT went all left at the end of his career.
He gave it up.
He gave it up.
He got hit in the face.
And there was some talk, Susan, I wanted to jump in about Patrick Bailey. You can't, if it's a switch hitter, like what JT did was amazing because you're used to the ball breaking into you, Greg, all the time, not away from you. So to stay in on a lefty throwing a slider right at you, that you've never done that your whole career. People think just, hit right-handed if you're better right-handed. Well, you've never seen things break away from you, so it's not as easy as you would think. Greg, I want to, as we get toward the end
Let me just say one thing.
Go ahead.
214 guys have hit a home run in the same game, 2 home runs, one from each side of the plate. You're one of them. Mickey Mantle did it a lot of times. Roy White did it. Reggie Smith did it. I don't think the great Pete Rose ever did it. But that is, I'm looking for Peter Edward Rose here. He wasn't a home run hitter, but he was a hitter.
Suck on that,
4,000. Robbie Alomar did it a bunch of times. Chili Davis, Tony Clark, Bernie Williams, Jorge Posada, Carlos Beltran, Roberto Alomar. Yeah. That is a hell of a list to be on, my friend. I didn't know you did that.
Same names. Good company.
214 in history, Frank Paul, and you're one of them.
That's cool. The other one I like, I got hit from both sides of the plate on my debut. One right-handed, one left-handed. I think the numbers even.
You get a hit each way?
Yeah, that's a smaller number, I feel like. And Mickey Mantle's one of those guys. So, yeah, me and Mickey Mantle have a lot in common. Maybe
you
off.
You would have hung with him after the
maybe
game,
off the field, but not on the field. You got it? All right, that's good. That's dig
this
me.
This is a home run?
Dig me, everybody. Dig me.
Tawny Katane's man?
Yes.
Or was his man?
Way back there, it is gone! A home run for FP Santangelo! A 3-run shot, and the Giants lead 4-1.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the one.
Back in the glory days.
So great.
And then the other one I take pride in is I have the most hit by pitches for a switch hitter in a single season in Major League history, so I'm in the Hall of Fame for that. And then the last one, and I'll stop talking about myself because this is
I didn't know any of this, and I've known you for years.
Freaking awful. This is awful radio.
The most times hit by a pitch by a switch hitter in history?
In a single season. Season. Because it's hard if you're on the opposite side of the guy that's throwing to get to just.
Right.
I was a jerk,
right.
dude.
You
I was
were
a
always the other
jerk.
side.
And people like to hit me because I was an a-hole, basically, when I played. If I was on your team,
you
you like
stood in
me.
there and you took one for the team is what you did.
Yeah. I don't have that, Danny. Oh, no, it's right here. Our Pop and Lunch sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with Redwood Credit Union. Free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance. Your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA. And then playing for both the A's and the Giants. Not too many people have done that.
Very cool.
And I think that's...
JT Snow did it as a California Angel.
Yeah, he
June
said
the 9th of 1996.
against Cleveland. He just texted me.
Great.
Yeah, but
Was that Chuck Findlay involved in that?
I don't know. I do not know. I get nervous. I get really nervous, Greg, talking about myself this much.
No, this is great. I didn't know that.
Super nervous.
It's quite an honor. 214 times in big league history. You were one of them.
Yeah, me and Mickey Mantle.
And
Same
I wonder
kind of
how
player.
many guys. So wait a minute. It's 214 different people. 360 times it's happened. But you're one of only 214 to walk the earth to do it.
Yep, Willie, Mickey, and me. I think that's how the song goes, right?
Well, Willie was not a switch hitter.
I know.
Mickey Mantle.
Yes, he was not.
I don't see Pete Rose's name on here. I see Ruben Sierra. I don't see Pete Rose.
I tried to do it, though. Those guys probably didn't try to do it. After I had the first
second
one,
time up, you were trying to go yard?
I did it once in minor leagues in Pawtucket against the Red Sox. So I said, I just thought about it. The game was already decided, and I'm like, I'm going to try for it. I had to try to hit home runs. I didn't just like, everyone says, well, you can't try. No, I had to swing a little bit harder because Felipe Alou used to get mad if I hit fly balls. Back in the old days, if you hit fly balls, you're in trouble. If you're a little guy, now, if you hit ground balls, you're in trouble.
I'm going through the list. I don't know if any San Francisco Giant has ever done it. JT did it as an Angel. I don't know if any Giants. Pablo ever do it? I don't see Pablo on this list.
Yeah, it's a very exclusive list, Greg.
You and Mick.
We have a
and
club.
Eddie Murray.
We have a club we meet every year, and it has blindfolds. It's like Eyes Wide Shut, but it's for switch hitters.
Oh,
that's hit home runs on
okay.
from both sides of the plate. It's a fun club. You should come to the. Well, you're not
that
invited.
Movie creeps me out.
You're not invited.
I got you. It's a swingers club.
From both sides. From both sides.
I got
of the plate.
I got it.
Okay.
They bring in that tough lefty in the bottom of the ninth. You got to flip sides. Go
You
to
do.
the other side of the plate.
Double ear flaps, baby. It's all about double ear flaps.
I got you.
Oh my God. Yeah, Tawny Katan passed away last year, by the way.
Yeah,
so,
I know she did.
Yes.
I know.
Okay.
We did a whole segment of the Caboose Pistol.
Did you really?
We mourned her passing. Well, she used to sit whenever Chuck, when they were together, she would sit right behind home plate at the Big A when he pitched, and she was hard to miss.
Chili Davis is being mentioned on the text line. He had
Chili
to do
Davis, definitely. But I don't know if he did it as a San Francisco Giant.
He's on there?
He did it as a California Angel many times. Did Chili do it as a San Francisco Giant? Well, maybe this is against the team they did. Hold on, let me see. No, he did it with Kansas City. I don't see Chili as a Giant doing it. But then again, the list I'm looking at, you didn't do it either. So this is an incomplete list.
I did it. I swear to God.
No, I know.
I wouldn't lie.
I know. You wouldn't lie about something like that.
I remember Jim Beattie was our general manager. He came in. He's like, you should have got a standing ovation. What the hell? What's going on with our fans? You should got a standing ovation for that. I'm like, who cares? You know what I want to touch before we get to the end of the show? This Michael Block thing. And I know not everybody...
Amazing.
Not everybody
Amazing
loves golf,
story.
and I understand that golf doesn't push the needle in the ratings or
PGA
whatever.
Championship.
This is bigger than golf. I mean, Brooks Koepka won the tournament, and this guy overshadowed Brooks. And if you guys don't know, he's a club pro. And the PGA, the club...
Mission Vallejo down in San Diego.
Yeah, and he just had this way with the crowd, with the gallery. He finished 15th. He had a hole-in-one yesterday. His up and down on 18 was amazing. But it was more about the story and the person, and he was so authentic. And he was interacting with the gallery all weekend. He was getting standing ovations. Rory was his partner yesterday. When they told him on Saturday that he was partnering with Rory on Sunday at the PGA Championship, he went, come on, are you kidding me? So he got to know all these guys. He's a club pro. that just was the story of the tournament. And the reason I'm bringing it up is not to talk about golf. It's to talk about the authentic nature of the athlete and how authentic he was all weekend. And he was organic, he was pure, and he was authentic. And I think
it was Tin Cup.
It was Tin Cups. It was. And I think we all can relate to that. And we need more of that is what I want to get preachy from our athletes. We need more of that maybe from everybody, but like more from our athletes, that the relatability factor where most of the PGA guys, Greg, and they fly on private jets. They're millionaires, some billionaires, and they drive in Mercedes and they live in mansions, and that's not relatable to us. And even in baseball, same thing. In football, same thing. These guys make so much money that I think we gravitate toward the everyday lunch pail hard hat guy that just is himself. Don't put on this like facade in the post game interview where you turn into a robot. Don't worry about what you say. I mean, that was so damn refreshing this weekend to see him get choked up about his weekend.
It's amazing.
He said his life's never going to get better, ever.
And he's already got it. He's coming back to the PGA next year, next week's tournament. And it was in Rochester, New York, which is just outside of my hometown of Buffalo. The conditions were gnarly. They played in rain the entire weekend. It was rough. For him to hold up, and obviously the hole-in-one was amazing. He didn't even know it went in. But it's one swing. But to hold up over 4 days like that as a club pro playing in those conditions on that golf course at Oak Hill against that field, it's an amazing story. Koepka won it, but I think we're all going to remember Michael Block more. The club pro was able to sustain that through everything I'm talking about. I mean, to have one round where you shoot a low number, FP, to come back 4 straight days and hold up under those conditions, that's impressive.
Unbelievable. And he was like a guy that you would have a beer with at the end of the bar. Right. And here he is in one of the biggest majors there is. And the crowd got behind him. We all got behind him. With the whole live thing and the PGA drama, I've gravitated away from golf. I used to love watching it on TV. I used to golf a lot. I haven't golfed in a long time, and I haven't watched the PGA. I fell into this story. I was just flipping around channels this weekend. I saw it on Twitter. I'm like, well, I have to watch. And I was glued to the set. I went to the Giants game yesterday and left in the 5th inning because I wanted to go see Michael Block. I wanted to go see the end of this so I could talk about it on my show today. And I ended up, coming on last minute for your show. But Greg, who do you know in sports that is like this? I just gravitate toward guys.
Just real,
dude. Just be yourself.
Well, you know what?
Take away all the I have to say these things, robot thing, and just let your hair down.
I think of right away, and you mentioned him earlier, one of your former teammates, and literally, he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, letting his hair down, and then when he signed with the Yankees, he got his hair cut. Jason Giambi.
Yes,
Jason Giambi was as real as anybody could be. Hung with his brother. His dad was on the road with us, and he was real. He didn't hide what he did at night. He went out and had fun. And then he got in the box the next night at 7:05 and raked. Jason Giambi was real. I mean, I would have liked to have seen him play his entire career here with the real Oakland fans. I think New York changed him a little bit. I would have liked to have seen him become a major league manager. And obviously what happened with his brother just breaks my heart. But as far as purely authentic, is there anybody more real than Jason Giambi?
It's a great call by you. And you're right. New York changed him. He had to shave. He had to be a Yankee and conform because he always wanted to be a Yankee. But if he would have stayed in Oakland, it would have been the same guy. Guys like Daniel Bard for the Rockies that have the thing, and they just break down and say, hey, I have mental health stuff. Like, I have anxiety. Like, when I hear that, I gravitate to people like that just, like, they let me in and they want to make me like them. All right, one more segment coming up. FP Santangelo filling in for John Lund. Greg Papa is wearing his Giants gear. He's ready. Maybe he'll surprise us with something, I don't know. Maybe he'll dress up like the Machine.
White Snake T-shirt, Tawny Katane.
No, I was hoping more like the Machine. Put a leather mask on.
You want that?
Yeah, put a leather mask on.
You want Pat Burrell? Where's Aubrey Huff?
Wear your gold thong coming up. Greg Papa and his gold thong coming up next on The Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac to discuss the farm system being a shot in the arm to the big league club and how Bailey Patrick Bailey behind the plate makes the entire defense better. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Lund show. Greg Papa has changed his wardrobe again. He has more changes than Gabe Kapler against a lefty.
I'm waiting for the day when Greg Papa shows up in a robe and slippers.
Well, that day
got it right now, Monty Poole.
Has happened right now. If you go, I mean, if you've ever gone to our new streaming, go to KNBR.com, go to the KNBR app, go to YouTube or go to Twitch and see Greg Papa in a robe. He is in a robe right now.
And you see the hat I'm wearing in the robe?
Is that the Syracuse hat?
So, yeah, I know you were on Friday. I took the day off on Friday. Friday was the 1 year to the day where my mom passed away. May the 19th of last year, so I needed a day. And then 1 year later, we lost, and certainly as far as football players go, he's on a short list of the greatest that have ever played, whether you want to say Jerry Rice or you want to say Lawrence Taylor. Most people of my generation would say Jim Brown, who started at Syracuse, not only a great football player, but a great track star and the greatest lacrosse player of all time in the Hall of Fame, the National Lacrosse Hall of Fame. Wore 44 at Syracuse and started the tradition there. And then he became, Sandy Koufax made 32 cool as well in baseball, but Jim Brown was the coolest of the cool. Everybody wanted to be Jim Brown. And he was the original 32. May said everybody wear 24, and Aaron everybody wear 44. But it was 44 at Syracuse and then on to the NFL. And just short-lived, just a 9-year career with Jim Brown. And Al Davis, obviously, and Jim were very, very close. So Jim you just get a moment's notice that Jim's in the press box. So, come to Al's box to meet Jim Brown. And Rich Lieberman set up a night at a bar in Oakland many years ago, FP, and Jim Brown was tough to get on. And when you did interview him and spend the night with him, he was tough. But we put him on live TV in a show I did called Chronicle Live for an hour, and we got into it. He listed the greatest running backs in the history of football. He would not mention O.J. Simpson, who I think is the greatest running back, he and Jim Brown, and they had a personal agenda. This was well before O.J.'s, plight afterwards. But and then we did, after an hour on TV, we did an hour and a half or 2 hours where he just took questions from the audience, and I emceed that. So wasn't around him a lot, but I was around him 4 or 5 times of quality time. There's no one like him. You ask him a question, he's going to give you an answer, as only Jim Brown can. So I did want to acknowledge, since I wasn't on the air on Friday, the passing of, and Jerry's Jerry, and Lawrence Taylor's Lawrence Taylor, and Joe, you can name whoever you want to name, but I think most people, and he was voted at one time the greatest football player that has ever played, but certainly the greatest Syracuse Orange of all time. Rest in peace, Jim Brown.
Well, that's sweet. Well said, Greg. Well said. And that's a sweet hat, by the way. I always love the Syracuse colors. Navy and orange are some of my favorites. I grew up a Tigers fan, so I love
very similar.
I love the Navy and orange together. Yeah, I mean, I think the best running back ever would be a great topic for it. We don't have time right now. We're up against the clock as we get to the top of the hour, but yeah, it's hard to argue Jim Brown, but I would throw a Barry Sanders and a Walter Payton in there, just for the heck of it.
And the thing about O.J., obviously, he committed a double murder, and his life took an unforeseen turn, and I hate to bring him up, but he is from Galileo High School and University of USC, but San Francisco City College. When they voted the top 100 players in the history of the NFL, they listed O.J. number 40. Just don't put him on the list. Just don't acknowledge his career ever existed. But to say he's the 40th best player in the history of the NFL, you kidding me? How about 4th? But Jim Brown, but the thing is, O.J. and Jim Brown always had a contentious relationship. O.J. was did not speak out on civil rights issues at all. He didn't go there. And Michael Jordan didn't go there. But Jim Brown did, and he was the first one to take on a cause. And so many people, would Bill Russell have been as outspoken if it wasn't for Jim Brown, or Muhammad Ali, or Kareem, or all the ones, Reggie, that fell in line after? But Jim Brown was the original. There's no doubt.
All right, well, thanks Susan Slusser, who came on in the 11 o'clock hour. She tightened us all up on what's going on with the Giants and the Twins this series. Monty Poole, we talked a lot about Bob Myers and what his future holds. Is it with the Warriors? Is it with somebody else? And then Dan Hayes came on to talk about the Twins and Carlos Correa, who's really struggling right now. So pregame show at 3:30 here on KNBR. The game starts, or 3:40. The game starts at 4:40. The Giants in Minnesota for 3. Then they move on to Milwaukee for 4 games, and they're back home. So I'll meet the team in Milwaukee. Greg, it was nice doing the show with you. You look beautiful. The hairy man chest coming out right there.
I actually shaved it off a lot.
Did you shave?
I took the Italian out of it. I got a little bit left.
That's a good one.
A little bit left.
That's a good
Giant
one.
lineup tonight. Casey Schmidt hitting 6th at third base. Patrick Bailey hitting 7th behind the plate. They're going opener. Have a nice trip to Milwaukee. We'll listen to you on Thursday through the weekend, FP.
Thanks, Greg. It's always good to... I only get to see you on the streaming now. We need to go out and catch up and have a drink.
We do.
All right.
Shoot me a text.
The great Greg Pop. I'm filling in for John Lund. John will be back tomorrow, everybody. Thanks for letting me sit in. It's been fun. Coming up next, it's Tolbert and Copes. I got to get the shows right. I almost said something else. I'm not used to being out in the daytime, talking to other people, interacting with live human beings. I live by myself.
Giants
I do a show by
replay
myself.
coming up next.
I'm a single guy. This is weird being around people. I have to get used to it. All right, get off the screen. Get off the screen. Oh, my God.
See, I shaved it.
FCC. All right, coming up next, Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
He is no FP Santangelo, though. I wanted to share this real quick.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking?